It's actually on Amazon. And one of the other things that I do, I write, I have a series of poetry that I call Dear Black Woman. And so I'm on the third book, and the third book will be released later this month, but this was the initial book. It's Dear Black Woman. And it's poetry where I write tributes to different Black women. And in 2018, I lost my mother. So I had written a poem for her a few years earlier, and then I was able to read that at her service. And I got so many comments about it, so that actually became the anchor to this Dear Black Woman series. So I have two, and then I haven't shown the first one, but this is the first book, all on Amazon. And then I did one in 2020 during the, of course, during the whole COVID thing. And here's the third book, which will be coming out soon, Dear Black Woman, Let Your Light Shine. So I do other things to try to support Black women. So for Black History Month, as a matter of fact, what I'm doing now is highlighting educators, Black female educators. So every couple of days or so, I profile a Black woman that's doing something in education. That's what I'm doing this year, but I've done that the last 2 or 3 years, and that's been something that has actually gotten folks' attention. But yes, I would like, like I said, if you have a chance, this story is the one that seems to get everyone's attention. And it did happen in Pearl, Mississippi, and it was with the Yazoo City High School basketball team. And all of the books are on Amazon, and it's under Revon Johnson, but I have a website, and it's RevonJohnsonBooks.com. And on that site, I talk about the women I highlight as Dear Black Women Spotlight readers, and then I also talk about the women that I actually have written poems about in the Dear Black Woman series. So it's RevonJohnsonBooks.com. Thank you so much. I'm done.
Miss Johnson, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I'm so glad y'all kept going. Can you put that in the how about your books in the chat? I wasn't able to.
I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the invite. This has been great.
And where do you live?
I live in Germantown, Maryland. And I've been here for the last 30 years. But I was telling them I was born and raised in Yazoo City, Mississippi, and attended graduate of Jackson State University. Yay. And then after graduation at Jackson State, I took a job with IBM and moved up to Rockville, Maryland. And I've been in Maryland, in basically the DC metro area for the last 30 so years. But of course, home is still always in Mississippi.
Right. Well, thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Gwen, did she, can I start back? I don't know how much time.
She had 9 minutes left, but
Oh, she had 9 minutes left?
Yeah.
Miss Johnson, do you want to read it some more? She said you had 9 minutes left.
Second, oh, sure. Let me see.
You can read us a couple of poems of some excerpts.
Okay. Let me do that. I will read. Let me just grab a couple. I'll grab a poem out of the original book. And this was the anchor poem, Dear Black Woman. And this is the anchor poem for the original book and then for the whole series. And it says, Dear Black Woman, you have gifts like no other. This is intentional. You have what you need. You're not a carbon copy. You're superior, not inferior. So stop bleaching and gluing and sewing and hiding and faking and pretending. Never let shame mislead you. Do not hide your hair or silence your voice or limit your stride or erase your thoughts just to succumb to the misguided perceptions of others. You're not angry. You're a fighter. You're a survivor. You're a queen. So next time you find yourself staring back at yourself, I want you to see, you have to see what I see. You are a work of art. You're beautiful. Always your creator. So that was the anchor. And then let me read one from the book that's coming out in another month. And the way I divided this book, again, this is kind of it focuses on 2021 and again, the issues that we had to deal with the, with Trump getting out of office, with the vaccine, et cetera. So I focus on some of the issues that we had to face, but I'm also saying that with all these issues, you still see Black women stepping forward and making a difference, helping us solve some of these problems. So here's one, and this one is, how long did I have? Because I'll read this one, and it's a little bit longer, but do I have
7?
7?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to read part of this, and this is the gospel according to a Black woman. And it's kind of written as if, just like in the Bible, when you have verses, so it has the numbers. So anyway, this is the gospel according to a Black woman. My child, with the bad comes good, and with the good comes bad. Yes, wretched things have happened, and times look bleak. Millions have died out of breath, while others drudgingly recover in perpetuity. Children and their educators struggle to learn in an invisible classroom. Anger and violence have entered uncommon spaces. The unvaccinated continue to disrupt and infect while the rest of the world starves, not for food, but for the very vaccine that the entitled criticize and reject. Politicians are more political than ever. Some are brazenly spewing lies and killing voters, while others twist and bend laws that invade a woman's uterus. The streets are littered with the bodies of innocent Black men, women, and children, bodies tossed aside by a nation that they called home. This is innocent blood still flowing from a democratic wound that remains open. The privileged have boldly condemned the critical truth about race, refusing to acknowledge their blood-soaked ancestral roots. Supplies are short because the global chain remains clogged with broken policies and broken people. Storms are more and more destructive. Disasters are more and more frequent. Fires burn continuously, waters rise quickly, shorelines sink slowly, and the ground shakes all over. You tire. But look closely through your tears and your fears. Push aside your anger and frustration. Use faith as your filter and see that there is light. There are sprinkles of goodness in the madness. The vulnerable are dying, but they are not alone. The schools are still opening minds and buildings. Political devastation was avoided because the people of this nation answered the emergency call of a democracy. January 6th is being investigated. Cries for racial justice go beyond the color line. Things will not be fixed or go away or disappear overnight. Time is an ally. My journey is an example of faith. Each phase of life got me closer to me, the Black woman that you see today. There are many versions of me, and I love every version of myself. I started as a queen in my homeland, Africa, snatched by my own and sold to those looking to profit from my existence. Then hurled into the depths of a floating coffin with others like me, craving the comfort of our stolen cultural identities. We could not speak each other's language, but still we understood. Even beyond the stench of death that lay under me, on me, and around me, I remained resilient. Even after hearing body after body after body splash, splash, lifeless and meaningless to our soulless captives, still I remained suppressing the physical and psychological impacts of my inhumane journey through the Middle Passage. Still I remained landing on these shores as property, not as a queen, stripped of my heritage, my history, and my home, forced to work side by side with the sun. There was no reprieve, no respect, and no return voyage. My inhumane journey continued as I stood on dry land. Still, I remained giving birth to the children of my soulless captive, who was now my master. My body was no longer mine, it was his. I was defenseless. My husband could not save me. My brother could not save me. No one could save me. I could not save myself, but I survived. Still, I remained when the shrill of the master's strap ripped swatches of skin from my father's scarred but strong Black back. His pain became my pain. Still, I remained when my children were snatched from my arms and sold for their expected potential. Their cries became my cries. Still, I remained when the mistress's child was hungry. My breast became her breast. Still, I remained rising to freedom. I freed me and then came back to free others. I ran, I hid, I fought, I escaped. my journey became the Underground Railroad. Still I remained when dogs, guns, and my soulless captor, who is now wearing a badge, drugged me, clubbed me, jailed me, and hung me for my vote. My voice became your voice. I have been ridiculed for my physical, demonized for my passion, and rejected by my very own brothers. Still, if I, a Black woman, can survive my darkness, then you, my child, can survive this. Follow my light. Thank you. That's one of the longer ones.
Thank you so much. And if you get a chance, just type it in the chat. And you can also go to Jackson Book Festival to put your link there, and also to Community Library of Mississippi on Facebook. Are you on Facebook?
Yes, I am.
And put your link there up under the video so that people will know how to buy it. Because on Facebook, people are saying, how can you buy the book?
Okay.
Because, they're in the, live on Facebook. They can't interact with. Okay, and does anybody have any questions of Ms. Johnson?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I want to thank you for sharing with us your poem in honor of your mother and the extension of it in terms of your writing. That is really wonderful. As you were reading this last reading that you did, my mind went to so many things in terms of ancestry. I think you covered a great deal. At one point you said you were talking collectively, and then you were talking individually. The persona in the piece was talking individually, and then the persona went collectively for the inclusion aspect. Yes. To let the reader know this is all of us. This is you, this is me, this is all of us. And we are accountable for what we do now. We know what was done yesterday. We know what continues to be done today, but we have to step up to the plate and continue to voice these concerns. And who better to voice the concerns than us? So I appreciate you for that.
Thank you so much. And you captured, you're right, just the essence of it. Just our history, our story, gives us the strength, and it gives the example that, we can do this. We can survive this. We can move forward, but we got to do it together and look to each other for the strength.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you. If somebody wanted to get an autograph copy directly from you, do you have PayPal, Cash App?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have both. So, and I need to, and I can actually, well, how do I get? It's on, tell me to this, go to the website, RevonJohnsonBooks.com.
Okay, and type it in there, because I typed it, but I must not be spelling something right, because it didn't turn blue.
Okay, then, okay, let me.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll type it in. It should be with books with an S. Maybe that's the difference.
You see where I typed it?
That looks right. JohnsonBooks.com. Yeah, that should do it.
Yeah, but you can't click on it and go online. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, let me try it. Okay. Okay, now try it. Now? I just typed it. Oh, I sent it to Mary. Hang on.
I sent it to everybody.
I had sent her a message and then didn't change it to everybody. Hang on, let me do that.
Okay.
Hang on, let me do it. Yeah. Then tell me if the link works.
Something is blue. Let me see if I'm going somewhere.
See Mary's.
Yes, it works. I saw your website.
Oh, it does go. It works. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Very good. And
I just wanted to. Can I say right quick that I just love your series about Dear Black Women, Black Woman. I love that because it's just allows more of us to be able to read, words of empowerment and encouragement and strengthen. So I really was so excited when you were talking about your series.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Because I mean, like I said, Black women do stuff every day. And for Black History Month, I've gotten comments where I'm picking everyday women. They don't have to be famous. You don't have to be rich to be making a difference. So these are just women who are just doing what they do every day and quietly making a difference without the recognition, without the notoriety, but they do it because they care. And so just that level of recognition, and we need it. Who needs it more than Black women? We have a lot that we carry, but we still go out and do what we got to do. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I put it on the Jackson, your link on the Jackson Book Festival Facebook page, also for the people that are watching the live feed on the Facebook live feed.
Okay, great.
And
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna go visit your website later to try to catch up. I'm sorry I missed most of it, but thank you so much for sharing our stories.
Oh,
This
thank
is
you. I
really,
appreciate
I'm
it.
grateful. This is Black History Month. We're most of us are Black, and we're telling our stories, which is wonderful.
Exactly. And there's stories that need to be told,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, Meredith. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And you'll probably get a chance to go again because it's 1:00, and some of the vendors are having showed up, so we may get a chance to have another 15 minutes as we go through everyone. Okay, so thank you again. So Gwen, how much time did I have remaining?
That was it.
No, I mean, you not get kicked out. How much time do I have to complete mine?
Oh, you had 9.35 seconds.
Oh, I had 9 minutes left?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You want
Okay.
to put it for you?
I'm okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do my 9 minutes.
I'm gonna give you 10.
Okay. Okay. So I had just did my Sheena Business Smith Robinson Museum. And this is the Sheena Business, the Mississippi State Capitol. So basically, the Sheena, I think second grade, watched the movie Selma. And she was so confused about how bad our race was treated when she watched Selma with her parents that they started taking her to museum, and they started with the Smith Robinson Museum to teach her our history and our culture. And so I'm just gonna read an excerpt of her visit. I'm just gonna read the introduction, a couple of paragraphs, so you can get a feel for this character, Sheena, whose father is a plumber, a master plumber, and her mother is a history teacher at Tougaloo College, which was pivotal in playing their students a role in civil rights in the 60s. Okay, introduction. Hello, pretty girls, handsome boys, and all readers and learners. My name is Sheena. My name means student. Grandma Nana named me. She said it is always good to seek the truth. It is also good to seek knowledge. Reading helps students discover truth and knowledge. I am 8 years old. I will be in the 3rd grade when school starts. I live in Jacktown. No, she said Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson is the capital city and the largest city in Mississippi. Most of the government buildings in our state are here. Jackson is called the seat of government because the business of governing takes place here. Our country is a democracy because citizens vote to elect government officials. Mama says citizens can vote when they turn 18 years old. I will be 18 years old in 10 years. Kings and queens are royalty. A country ran by kings and queens is called a monarchy. The king, his family, and his trusted advisors control the government. Kings, queens, president, and prime ministers govern countries. Like parents rule their household. I thought that was just a great way to introduce the role of government to children, to kind of compare how in your own household is ruled by your parents. They make the rules. And of course, all households make different rules. And uh, the third volume of the Moses Meredith Culture Our Children book series is the Sheena Visits Mississippi's Old Capitol Museum. Now, this is a chapter book, and the Sheena Visits Mississippi State Capitol is a chapter book. They're both $11.98 hardback. I think about less than $6 paperback. And this is an excerpt of the Sheena Visits Mississippi's Old Capitol Museum, which was the first state house in Mississippi, built in part by slaves. Some of them who came from New Orleans. We were master craftsmen in terms of building this country. And I always say that I hate they took shop out of school, because now our kids don't know, our young men and women are not taught how to put a doorknob on, and basic things that I think was good from the old ways. Okay, Mississippi is a southern state of the United States of America on the continent of North Africa in the Western Hemisphere. Mississippi joined the Union December 10th, 1817. Biloxi, Jackson, Gulfport, and Hattiesburg are the state's four major cities. I'm going to move to another one because I'm not sure how my time is going. This is a biography of James Meredith in the context of he and his generation and how they changed America. This is my most widest book. It became a textbook. Was published originally, the first edition. This is the paperback edition by a Fraser publisher, which was acquired by ABC Clio, which is a textbook company. So this particular book is in college libraries across the globe in English. It's never been translated in Germany and Australia, different countries. I'm just going to read one excerpt out of here. And it is the first edition was $206, which actually sells more online than the second edition. But it was 206 pages, and this one is 334 pages. Here's the excerpt. Of course, James Meredith, again, for anybody just tuning in, is my uncle. He was the first Black to go to the University of Mississippi in 1962. Kennedy had to send the Army and the National Guard here to protect him. It cost millions of dollars to give that one Black a right to go to a school, because at that time we could not even go to law school or become a nurse or a doctor in the state of Mississippi. We had to go to another state. We only had about 3 lawyers in the state of Mississippi in 1960. So here's the excerpt. The Meredith Walk Against Fear was the last and largest mass mobilization of citizens during the Second Reconstruction. The march ended June 26, 1966, in Jackson at the state capitol. One eyewitness, Joe Friedman, photographed various segments of the march, including the event at the state capitol, as James Meredith, Reverend King, and others sat on the podium. Times Magazine writer Jack Thorner estimated the crowd at 18,000 people. The atmosphere of the audience was filled with elation, and people cheered with excitement. Now this is, I don't know if you can see that, this is a picture of some participants at the march, and I was always interested in the older lady standing there because it seems like she could have been well past 90. This is a picture of the marchers. I think they're going up State Street, and the truck with the bed on it contains my uncle Martin Luther King, Stokely Carmichaels, and other major leaders of the time. Well, anyway, my uncle was started a walk against fear from Memphis to Jackson, and by the time he made it, the second day of the walk, he made it to Hernando, Mississippi, and he was shot by a sniper who was bird hunting from Memphis. By the way, he was the first white to be convicted and sent to Parchman prison for killing for a violent crime against a black person in our state. And I'm happy that my uncle survived. But Martin Luther King and them started the march against fear when he was in the hospital bed in Memphis, because that was the closest hospital. It took him to Memphis in the hospital. Well, anyway, it's a great story because it's his biography, but it also includes the stories of other major participants, unknown as well as known, that played a role in the civil rights movement, known also as the Second Reconstruction. So this is my 9th book. It is a memoir on my late husband, whom I lost 8 months ago, June 2nd of 2021. He was 55 years old. And it was just the greatest loss I've ever had in my life, because we were together 23 years and 4 months. So one of my grief counselors said she was so impressed that I took my pain and turned it into purpose. I wrote this memoir in 4 weeks. I wrote 200, I think it's 40,000 words in 4 weeks. But anyway, this book came out 7 months, January the 2nd, 7 months after I lost my husband. And we were in the newspaper yesterday, featured in the Jackson Advocate, and somebody in Germany has already bought the hardback edition of my husband's memoir, but I'm just gonna read one of the excerpts on the back by Alice Parrish, who's in Tuskegee, Alabama. She used to be my co-worker at the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, and I worked for the Mississippi Association of Cooperatives in the Mississippi Deltas with small farmers. A beautiful love story, a testament to how growth can come from grief. I'm sorry, this is Emily Burch. She's a librarian, and she's also a former editor at a Prager publisher, and the woman responsible for getting the committee to accept my manuscript for publication. And a personal history are weaved into a narrative of this candid work, which also highlights much of Black American history. I was stunned when I read that, but I've heard it over and over again. This book is so seamless. You'll feel like you're sitting down at the kitchen table, listening to McGee tell her story over a good meal, the room filled with both laughter and tears. And this is my 10th book, my first novel, Midnight Moon. And I'm just gonna read one paragraph. Can I read one paragraph for you?
Well, yeah, you were going over your minutes.
Okay, I done went over, you guys, so thank you so much. I'm gonna put my link in, and Who is next? Who is next? I see, no, the book gallery is, next. Are you ready, Mary?
What should I do? What do you need me to do?
I guess you can, give us, a synopsis or I'm like, you got 1,000 books or some of the books you think that we or the audience may be interested in buying.
Well, I'm at home. I'm gonna make that transition to the book gallery. I open at 1 o'clock. So I open from 1 to 4 on Saturday, and I'm still at home. So I was gonna make that transition. But
you had made it, you're not ready. Okay, well, we'll let some other people present, and then we'll let you present later since you got to drive.
All right, so I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off, and I'm going to the book gallery, and I'll open my computer once I get there. That work?
Okay,
Okay.
that works very good. I like that setup behind you too.
Yeah, that's my home setup.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not there, so I'm gonna make that transition to the book gallery.
Okay, very good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, okay. So Mary is going to present later. Oh, I could go ahead and do Meredith, etc., our small press, and let Mary come on. That may give her enough time. If not, William can go after me, because I was supposed to go after the book gallery, my small press. So can I start now? Let me see if any of the other. Can I start now with my 15 minutes? This is for Meredith, etc., my small press.
Okay.
Okay, so since I didn't finish, I'm going to go ahead and read the excerpt from Midnight Moon, my very first novel. Now, before I do some of the other books. By midnight, residents of Midnight, Humphreys County, Mississippi, are peaceful. A peaceful community where 206 residents are asleep or dreaming. Has anybody here ever been to Midnight or know anyone that lives there? I was just curious. It's a very small town in Humphreys County. Most establishments close before dusk dark. Eddie G and his wife Pearlie Mae's wall clock ticks at midnight every night without ceasing. The light sound of tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock roars softly every morning. Eddie G responds to the sound, but Pearlie Mae's sleep is unbroken for 4 more hours. In 1985, a handful of citizens, including Eddie G and Pearlie Mae, were farmhands. Their work day starts early, really early. When Eddie G's father, E. George, was a sharecropper in the 1930s, there were over 5,600 farms in Humphrey County. By 1960, half of the county's workforce were agricultural workers, harvesting and picking cotton, soybeans, winter wheat, rice, and oats. In the 1980s, the county became a catfish haven, full of catfish ponds, ran primarily by white families. Humphreys County is located in the Mississippi Delta, known historically as the most southern place on earth due to racial, cultural, and economic history stretches from Tunica, south of Memphis, to Sharkey County, below Vicksburg. During slavery and afterward, the land was plowed with mules. Land was cultivated with hoes, and everything was harvested by hand. But today, agriculture has primarily equipment has primarily replaced human labor. Before the Civil War, steamboats along the Mississippi River helped expand population and economic development to port cities such as New Orleans, Memphis, St. Louis, and Natchez. Everything from human cargo to cotton and sugar were transported to different ports. Riverboat cruises are today reserved for the well-to-do, remaining trendy in Vicksburg. Anyway, I had that's just a small excerpt of my first novel. And this, I just wanted to mention the Picture Dictionary, which the proceeds benefit Community Library Mississippi. It has all of the shapes in it, vowels and consonants, 10 sample sentences, punctuation, and we revised this book and included all of the vice presidents down to Kamala Harris. And it was interesting when you look at the list, a great number of vice presidents became president. This is the Constitution we added in last year after Biden took office. We updated it so that the list of presidents would include all of them. And that's the 3 branches of government. And this is a list of all of the presidents down to Biden. Only one Black one, but you already know. We published this book last month. It's called No Recipe Intended, by a Florida writer, Shirley Francis, whom I've known over 30 years because I started hearing her poetry when I was in college in Pensacola, Florida. Oh God, over 30 years. Anyway, I'm gonna read one of her poems. It's called The Recipe. She had a child and the child was wild. She said, well, I don't know what to say. I don't know how she turned out this way. She rips and runs, won't study a bit. I say, as her mother, that child is unfit. Every other word is a cuss, cuss, cuss. Of all my children, that one's the worst. I prayed and prayed hard. Lord, you know, I did my part. Don't know what happened along the way, but somehow my child went astray. She went to Sunday school and to church, sung in the choir, and many hearts she touched. My child was raised and raised right. If you say any different, you've got to fight. Her conscience speaks to her. She turned out right just like a cake. Now she is in the oven getting ready to bake. And unless something goes right with the temperature, that child is yours. That child of yours is going to burn for sure. It's not her fault. And I don't mean to accuse. But look, my dear, at the recipe you used. You had a child, put her in a home from which most of her time you were gone. You had the food, clothes, shelter, and times in between your whiskeys and wine. You had the cruel names, vulgar in nature. Now her ways aggravate you. You are consistent with your neglect. Now you sit and demand respect. You added lies, humiliation, and pain. Now of her you are ashamed. You seldom hugged her. Didn't you love her? I don't pity you and your self-deceit. You didn't add any sugar. Now you want something sweet. That's one of my favorite poems about Shirley. Of course, this book is not for a 14-year-old because some of her short stories include racial violence and other things. But that's I just love that poem because it's just so fun. Now, this is juvenile offenders from big wheels to the big house of Rosemary Jenkins. You'll see her later. She's gonna actually recite one of her poems. She lives in California, not far. She taught school in the Los Angeles Unified Public School System. And this book is the writings of juvenile offenders who went into the California prison system when they were juveniles. And one of the prisoners is my cousin, and he went in when he was 17, and he's still there. He's been there almost 40 years. This is one of the excerpts that I'm going to read just a couple of sentences by James Elrod. Now, can you see that? That's his Becky's, that's Aryan Brotherhood. Aryan Brotherhood is a white gang that most of their fights are with other races. But anyway, the one of the common things that I saw from all of these juvenile offender writers was that the gang leadership actually is protection, but it also extends your stay, because when you get into trouble, you end up adding more to your time. But anyway, he said, a young woman I worked with named Nancy Perry heard my voice and trusted me, opened the door. I still had a mask on, and upon seeing that, she screamed. Panicking myself, I grabbed her by the shoulder, shoving her into the store, and immediately shot her point blank. And this is their story form. They're telling you what they did to become juvenile offenders. But anyway, this is the biggest book that we've ever published. It's about over 400 pages. And we sell the soft cover for $24 and the hardcover for a little more, because it's really a large book. How much time I have, Gwen?
We have 5 minutes left, Meredith.
Okay. This is Starkeisha Estrella, a memoir. We published this in 2014. One of the excerpts, this is a memoir of 18-year-old. Starkeisha Estrella is her name. And while Estrella means star in Spanish, the light Starkeisha builds from her life story feels more like a lighthouse built on crushed rock, hardened by the cement of survival. Star's lighthouse is as much a beacon of hope that her lost children will find her as it is a light for others to avoid the lethal rocks of self-hatred and revenge. Better for entering this amazing woman's life, Maria Varela. And Starkeisha is the co-author of Mary's Story and Song. Mary's Story and Song is about a Mississippi history maker. She was the first female Black licensed barber in 1960, but she hated domestic work. She couldn't deal with being a maid in Jackson, Mississippi, and working at restaurants and things like that. And she also started a gospel group, which is they still perform. And also, I admire her so much because she started a school of barbering, which is still in existence today. And this is just one excerpt from her book. Mary's Story and Song chronicles the great strides and struggles in the transformative life of the Harrison family from slavery to freedom. Her story was the first story I ever met of anyone I met. Their entire family was sold together, I think from Virginia and brought to Scott County, Mississippi, because so many families were broken. But it's amazing that she was able to capture her oral history and record it in a book form. And we published this Mother With, which Vicki has been reading at the Learning Sheet Book Club, which is another program of Community Library of Mississippi. But anyway, one of her, let's see, Lynette Stanford wrote of Mother With. This is a self-help book. Mother With is filled with sage advice, practical and timeless. It can be used as a conversation starter for anyone wanting to discuss life lessons, from the younger generation seeking advice to the older generation sharing advice. You may enjoy the bits and bytes this book has to offer. Lynette Stanford, radio personality. And the other books that I wasn't able to read are My Brother Bo, Addiction in Paraguay, a biography. The Southern Phoenix, which is historical fiction by Rosemary Jenkins, and My Brother Bo is by Richard Hurst. My brother J Boy is a children's book by my mother. We did her latest edition in hardback for a larger market. And then we have Woman Preach, Social Justice and Christianity by the late Dr. Louis Blake Hawthorne. They're both in the textbook market. They're used in seminary. My father's book, I redid it as I promised him. Time and Time After Time Ahead, which is a Christian book. And The Southern Jewel Within, a collection of poetry, which we did in 2014. And she's also, she's one of my relatives. Everlasting Love Poems, a local poet, we did her. It's acrostic poems. And let's see, what did I miss? I think that's it. But anyway, I'm gonna put the link in the chat as well as on Facebook so that you can buy any of our Meredith, etc. titles, and also any of my 10 works. Thank you for the opportunity to present the book collection of Meredith, etc. I don't see that Mary is back. William Tress, can you present now? Vicki, can you do the quilts now? Because I don't see William.
Justice. Hold up a second. I got to get my picture on.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now I am with America Quilt, given through Hazel Hall, and she hand made these quilts that I'm showing here. I have other quilts, but these are some quilts that she is selling here. This quilt is called Common Characters Club quilt, and it's a size 36 by 37, and it's $25 price. Another thing with her cartoon characters, baby quilt. 34 by 36, $25. Can these be seen? Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
Huh?
We can see it.
Okay. Okay, we got another baby quilt here, and it says Woodstock Baby Snoopy, Woodstock Baby Snoopy. It is 34 by 43, and the price is $40. Okay, these are the quilts that we have here. Now, one of the things, like I said, Hazel does the quilting and the making of all these pillows. This is a package pair of pillows that she has handmade right here. And these themselves, this package here is like $40 for this package, for this pair right here, for this pair. And this is gold and brown for this pair. And also, we have a pair of these pillows here. And we want like $30 for the pair here for both of these pillows. See? Also, too, she is very big on getting schools and sororities and fraternities. Right now is what was that? Right now it's Alcorn, purpley gold right here, Alcorn. And it has been I didn't pick them up, but she has all these different other schools, Jackson State, Valley, all the other schools. Also, too, since I am a Delta Sigma Theta, I've got some pictures for myself. I mean, some clump for some quilts for myself for the Deltas. Also, too, they are made from different other sororities and fraternities. These quilts and pillows can be purchased through meredithexcetera.com. And those are the only things that are on that we have now for the sale. There are some other.
So you had some of our baby quilt samples. You had a baby quilt samples.
Yeah, I had a baby quilt. It says baby Woodstock, the baby quilts.
Oh, that's cute.
Huh?
And so she reduced the price to $34.
Well, listed right here is $40, but it has been reduced to $34, right?
Okay. Okay, so if anybody wants to get a quilt, I have a Cash App and also a PayPal. Or if you live in Jackson, you can contact us and I'll put you in touch with my mother, Hazel.
Also too, now we have different these are also baby quilts too here. This is a $34 by $36, and the price of this is $20.
What's the price?
Oh. Okay, I think we have one more baby one here. This is 36 by 30, 36 by 37. $25, $20, $20. If some pillows are requested, as I say, pillows for schools, sororities and fraternities, and other can be made and will be made. And there are as I did show it says Alcorn, but as I said, all other schools, not only just Mississippi schools, Grambling, Southern, all other schools. And very much typically black schools, HBCUs, black historically black schools. Now, since they're threatening to bomb all these schools, if they're still in existence by the time these quilts, and I'm being sarcastic, and forgive me, but by the time all of these are built and sent, and I'm being funny, I need to stop that because everybody knows that there has been a bomb threat on us. But anyway, moving on. Meredith, you got a look on your face. What now?
Okay, did anybody have any questions?
As I said, forgive, please, but I'm just saying, but seriously, if anybody have any questions about anything that can be ordered, and as I tried to say, I didn't have a sample of everything, but there are some, basically some pillows about the different sororities, fraternities, and different schools and other organizations that can be ordered and requested.
Okay, how much time she had?
What now?
I have it 5 minutes and 48 seconds.
Okay, because I think she's gonna defer her time to the next person. I see she's drinking her coffee.
Excuse, please, I'm trying to get my coffee.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Okay, I don't have any other things to be on sale at the present. Those are the ones that are on sale that I have right now. So to defer the rest of this crime. I heard y'all talking about crime. To defer the rest of this time, yes.
Okay, so Mary Hardy has not returned. And so I wanted to ask Miss Ladonna Marie, can you go again? And Gwen, we could give her 15 minutes and I'm gonna call William.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see.
Okay. Marie, 15 minutes.
Yeah, 15, give her 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
She has so many books, it's hard to present all these books in 15 minutes.
I thank you so much for allowing me to come on back up again. For those of you all who just came in and who were listening, I'm Ladonna Marie, internationally multi-award-winning author of several books. And I have 5 poetry books. I have 2 devotionals. I have 2 workbooks. And I have a memoir. We were talking about memoirs and everything. So I want to start off with my memoir that I released last year in June. And it's called The Journey, the Path, the Way I See It. And this is book 12. And 12 in numbers means government and like authority. And so when God gave me this book, he'd actually had given me the title of it back in 2015. But I was writing probably 4 books at that time. So I knew that it was something that needed to had to wait. And so The Journey to Path is a look. If you start from the beginning of my books, like I told you I had earlier, I said expressions of the mind, body, and soul. I talked about Until Tomorrow Comes. I talked about lessons. I gave little pieces of myself. It wasn't up until I did do Lesson Shadow Pieces Being Restored, which I talked about earlier. This was the one that I actually talked about the suicide, because I told everybody earlier, I am a suicide survivor. At the age of 14, I attempted. And so the Lord told me that as he healed me, the words that I write would heal others. And so that was the first interest of him asking me to share my story, because most of the time when people do see me, they see me smiling, they see me encouraging and edifying and helping people to heal, because that's what I was created to do. But in The Journey to Path, it takes you more on an intimate view of my life, all that the Lord would have me to share. It's not a tell-all, but it is one in which he allowed me to share different things. And so I want to share this first poem that I wrote in the book. It talks about the journey unknown. Well, it's a poem. And I wrote poems in here. At first, I didn't have poems, but I'm a poet. And so I wanted to share with people most of the things that God has done with me. And the poem reads, "The journey is unknown. You have strength. You have the strength within you to journey into the unknown courageously. Hold your head up, dust your shoulders off, stick your chest out, set your goals, and move forward. Focus on the journey and start to enjoy the path as it unfolds, one day at a time." And I just want to give you a brief of the first chapter. It says, in the year of 2012, I had a conversation with the Lord about my life. And I decided to be transparent, have a transparent talk with him about my journey and the path I had on this earth. As far back as I can remember, I always talked to God about every aspect of my life. I have been doing this since my teenage years because he does want to hear about what concerns us. Although he already knows, it sets the scene for deeper intimacy and relationship when we offer to tell him, even if we find ourselves trembling sometimes. I knew I needed a healing, ultimately needed to take place at this moment. So I decided that it was time to put all the things that I could feel in my soul that God was not pleased with under investigation so that he could allow me to be called higher. And so that was in just the beginning of the journey, the path. And so the book talks about those different areas where we are fed up, with certain things. Settle no more is one of the ones. A mindset shift. I talk a lot about mindset. My faith walk, my faith is something that I stand on from the very beginning. Encounters that I've had with God, healing, embracing our kingdom identity, and radical obedience moments and the way I see it. And so a lot of the things within this book will help you to grow a deeper intimacy with God. There are reviews on Amazon. If you go on Amazon, you will see a lot of those reviews. I want to share something different because I do write light things and, encouraging things. I write as the Holy Spirit gives me. But because this is February and this is Love Month, also Black history. I wrote a book entitled Elegant Love Notes. And so this is a book that has poetry in it that teaches you how to use your words. It's not anything necessary where you're, you're doing anything, but it's just learning how to appreciate, how to compliment, how to adore, how to seek God first for the love that he has so that he can teach you how to love others or to love your person. And I want to give you all a little insider because at the time when I wrote this book, I was divorced at the time. And I said, Lord, are you sure you want me to do it? And he said, yes. He said, because you have the mindset of what I've been teaching you on how to love me first and then how to love others. And so this book won in the New England Book Festival. I think it was in 2015. So this was another one that I was internationally known. But it was just words that could just, help you to share the love or how you feel with your person. And I'm going to see if I can find a short one, just a short one, because I know I've been picking some long ones. But I want to see if I can just pick a short one that I can share with you all. And I know there's the one called, Solely is the one that I wanted to read. And it said, if I could just totally live off the essence and power that is our affection solely, to be able to exist in and only in it. My virtual reality is where it is all I need to survive. My food would be love, and I would be completely nourished, fed from our laughter, our hugs, and our kisses. If I could just only live off the essence of our attraction of our souls that pulls me close in your rapture in your strong hands, I would blend in the middle where night and day meets, to go off the infinite amount of time, just abiding in our affections. This feeling is indescribable to me. I can't fully put it into words because our affection is what I have always hoped that I could find. It blows my mind. So if I could just live off totally the essence and the power that is our affection, I would be immortal. Never truly worry of ever losing our time because you would forever be mine solely. And so elegant love notes are just beautiful little notes. If you have a special someone, you can just leave a little note for them to read, find it, in the middle of somewhere that they wouldn't be thinking about it. But it's just to give a boost of sharing love with your words, because I know they use the term about being sexual, and that's really the meeting of the mind, being able to talk about it, not always have to do something. I'm very passionate about women and girls. I was a young girl. God had to show me my worth. And as a grown woman, I helped to show other women theirs as well. And so I have a book, and it's really, really, it's a quick read. It's called Things I Wish I Knew, Letters to My Little Sisters. And there's about 12 different things in here. I share often. I have to share that story when God helped me to understand my identity, because he had to tell me that he validated me regardless of anyone ever validated me. I had to know that he had validated me to do this, because the enemy was hot on my trail when I was younger to get me not to do this, because the wisdom of the Holy Ghost helped me to write these words. I give honor to the gift giver. And so Things I Wish I Knew, it just is an intimate talk with young girls, because you always want them to, give them that sisterly advice. And so things that I had learned, new ways that I had learned to do things in my identity and my confidence, with relationships, with school, with friendships, with dreams, with self-care, because we have to learn how to take care of ourselves. Our faith in God, purity. We have to teach a lot about saving yourselves, family, forgiveness, joy, and just having the joy of the Lord of being your strength. Nothing has to be going on, but you just understand that you have to have that joy within yourself. And so this was a great book. Most of the reviews are on Amazon. So if you're looking just to see what other people said about these books, you can go over to Amazon and check them out. I'm so excited because if I can get someone who can understand exactly me when I was writing the book, I'm always grateful. I was so impressed with Miss Dana's music earlier. I wanted to also mention I have a CD called Conversations with God. And these are 12 poems that the Lord had me to put on spoken word. As a poet, I always read my poems, but I give it that same power that I wrote it with. And so Conversations with God were 12 poems that he didn't want me to put in a book. However, he wanted them to be for your listening pleasure. And so I'll give you just a couple of the names off of there. And this can also be downloaded on my website as well as Amazon. One of the poems' name is Arise, Conversation with God, In My Weakness, In the Eye of the Storm. It is our responsibility. We have to know that we are the masterpiece of God, principalities, reflections, sound the trumpet, stand firm, and strength of a woman. And so these collections are the heart of God. And I said, enjoy the spiritual and inspirational journey of poetry to music. And so if you get a chance, you can go on my website. It's on the first page. You can just listen to like a little snippet of it. I really enjoyed doing it because it was putting me in a different mode of sharing our arts and different things that we have that God has given. So you can listen to them as you ride, or you can listen to them as you're at home. And I know, how am I on time, Miss Gwendolyn?
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good. I'm wrapping it up. So I also talked to you all about, I do self-help books. And so I have 2 workbooks. The first workbook is called Rebuilding Fragments. And so this workbook is a self-help workbook. You have about four weeks. You can take weeks and do these exercises. It's to help you to overcome obstacles. Many of us, like I said earlier, we get stuck. And so the first week in this one is like, let's get down to business. We need to get down to business. We need to tell our story. We need to be able to understand. And I have some exercises in here that can help you, whatever you may be going through. You lost a job, if you're a single mom, if you're a divorcee, different things that will get us stuck in feeling our value being undervalued. And so Rebuilding Fragments, we're putting together the pieces of our life, but we're healing. We're not just putting them together the same way. We are rebuilding who we are as how God sees us in our predestined state. And the last book I want to share with you all, because I mix it up between teens and adults all the time. So this workbook is for the youth, and some adults have used it. It's called Maximizing Your Inner Strength. I basically love working with our youth about resilience, because some of them don't understand the inner tenacity that you have to be able to bounce back. And that's one of the reasons why the Lord has on this journey of sharing most of the things that I've been through, because, I've lost some things, but you would never be able to tell it by just seeing me, because I knew where my help came from and I knew how, to maneuver through. And so that's what I did. For the young people, I did a short book about learning how to love yourself, learning how to heal yourself, socialize, like picking good friends, because they say that the top 5 friends are a definition of who you are. If the 5 people that you hang around, evolving your mindset. And I just want to end it on that, because when I was 14 years old, I want to say that the Lord told me that I was going to nations. And so as a 14-year-old, he put it in my mind. He took the limitation off how far I could go. And so Maximizing Your Inner Strength for adults and for teens, you can get this book and work out some things that you may have questions with in your day-to-day life. Thank you again. You can go on to www.ladonnamarie.org, the shop page, and see all of my books. Thank you all again for this time.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I want to know, when you were 14, if it wouldn't be a spoiler in your book, what caused your drama?
I because it was just, I guess, who I was created to be. I had and we know as adults, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers in high places. But as a 14-year-old, I was still understanding that. So I had people who were close to me. The enemy always used those who are very, very close to you. I had people telling me that, you weren't hearing from the Lord, and the Lord didn't tell you to write no books, and you're not enough. I heard that as a young girl, and that broke my heart, because even though I didn't have a lot of people hearing on the level in which the Lord had me to hear at a very young age, I still wanted to believe that I wanted to believe that they had the best, they wanted the best for me. But it almost felt like I was on this journey by myself. And so I had to fight to be who God had called me to be, because he was already telling me I was going to nations, I was going to help heal others, and these books were going to make a big part in their life. And I hadn't even wrote a book yet. I was just sitting in my room with a conversation with him. He found me because at that moment I was depressed. And I said earlier, I attempted to commit suicide. And so he had to swoop in my life and to show me that he validated me. He created me to love people. He created me to encourage people, because I used to encourage people all the time, and I would probably go home and cry. But it was like whenever I would be in the presence of someone and that's what they needed, God gave me that encouragement. The poems that he allowed me to write, they were healing poems. Every time I had somebody to read a poem, they would say, this poem sounds like my life. And so I was glad to be used, because he used me on a practical sense. So I'm a practical writer in the essence of walking out life and walking out your identity and just understanding who you are. And then also being able to know that you can love people, but you have to be the one, and you have to change your mindset on how you see yourself. No matter what they say, I'm not going to say it doesn't hurt, because I had to overcome that a lot in my life. But I did have the Lord to tell me that I was right where I was supposed to be. And so even today, as a international award-winning author, that doesn't mean much to me as my obedience as a 14-year-old just to say yes to his will. And so that's what I account to where I am today and where where he wants me to continue to go.
Okay, and also, is it possible that you could share a little bit of one of your songs with us?
I can't. I will have to. Let me. I can't at this moment because I don't have my computer close to me. But I will. I can.
Okay, very good, very good. And thank you. And for everybody, her information, Ladonna Marie, on how to buy any of her books are in the chat, as well as they're online on Community Library of Mississippi Facebook page and Jackson Book Festival page. Is there anyone here that has any questions to ask Miss Marie before we go to the next vendor? Well, thank you so much. Okay, William, are you ready? Unmute.
Yes, I got my own picture. I can see it on top of the screen, I think it's ready to go.
I can see you.
You can see me, yeah.
I can see you.
Yeah. I'm right up here on the top right-hand screen.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah, can Ms. McGee hear me and see me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm ready to go now.
Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, back in 2012, I began to be concerned about the degenerating condition of the judicial system and how laws weren't enforced adequately or with fairness, and how the system favored those who are rich And if you were rich and committed a crime, you'd be out in no time. And if you were poor, you were just stuck in the prison system and couldn't get out. And I saw the unfair nature of all this. So this led me to write this book here, Reverse Guilty Plea. You see it plainly?
Yes, we can see it. Hold it up a little bit. Okay, yeah, we can see it. We can see it. Thank you. And I put a link to it in the chat as well.
Okay, this book, this is a quotation from Starkeisha. This book explains some of the important issues. No, this is James Meredith. I apologize. James Meredith said this book explains some of the important issues. Number one, Mississippi's practice of purging from the voting rolls those who have been committed for crimes. And then reverse guilty plea is a must read. This is Starkeisha. Reverse guilty plea is a must read and a constant reminder of the lengths that some families will go to keep their dirty secrets hidden, even if it means betraying one of their own. Starkeisha Roundtree is author. Used to be Starkeisha Roundtree. And the story, I'm going to read to you the foreword. I dedicate this book to my mother, my late mother, Ada Bradshaw Tress, who always wanted me to be a writer. This book is about how Fifth Amendment and Sixth Amendment rights get violated all the time in jail. You know, they don't give you the right to a fair trial. And they don't give you your Miranda rights anymore either, you know. Charles grew up in a middle-class neighborhood in Canton, Mississippi with his parents and younger sister, Aubrey. On the school ground, everyone called him by his full name, Charles Wilson. None of the children in this neighborhood attended school with him, so he didn't have a nickname per se, but he received this. He recalled a smart fellow calling him Buckethead. On the first day of the third grade, luckily the scornful name and the boy faded out in Charles' life. Charles' mother, Agnes, was a housewife and a very good one at that. Terry Wilson was the breadwinner. He ran a lucrative accounting practice from their home. Terry's father, Philip, was a bookkeeper for the general merchandising store since the roaring 1920s. And he remained in that profession for the rest of his life. I don't want to get too down into this because it would bore people, but I'm going to read you something at the end of it. Charles Wilson's father died in July of 2012 of complications from COPD. And Mrs. Wilson was still living at the time of the book, and she likes doing he had a Baldwin a Baldwin piano in the nursing homes. She used to play on it all the time because she played by ear. And that's one of the main things she liked to do is play the piano by ear. And I advise everybody to write their congressman or representatives and tell them they want to have some sentences reduced if it's possible, because our jails and prisons are getting overcrowded. That's also at a great cost to the state of Mississippi, that all these prison people are in jail when they need to just be putting the violent criminals in jail and giving the nonviolent criminals a pardon or expungement. And this actually works better than the alternative, which is to disenfranchise somebody for the rest of their lives, you know. if you get a pardon, you get your rights back, you know. That's all I have to say about reverse guilty plea. And the New Populist Party is also by me, and it's a book about the same guy, Charles Wilson, believe it or not, gets a pardon from the governor because he knew some people that were connected to the Republican Party in Mississippi. And Charles Wilson married a woman that was a news reporter from California, Los Angeles. And they started meeting for supper or lunch or at a Saltines restaurant in Fondren, Mississippi. And they discussed some of their political views and everything, and they were almost identical. They thought that neither the Republican or the Democratic parties were adequate to address America's needs. So Susan Crosby Wilson started a campaign for president because Charles Wilson knew a lot of people that were in the government that could help him with financing and everything like that to launch a campaign. And believe it or not, this is an unbelievable part of it. The government, when I wrote this book, the U.S. government was in such bad shape when all this happened that the independent couldn't win the presidency at that point, you know, with the trouble they're having lately. So, and she was a beautiful woman, Susan, and she was able to, she had charisma and ability to attract people to her. That's why she got elected president. And Charles was the first husband in the White House instead of the first lady, you know. And Charles carries just about Charles' wife, Susan, carries about every state in the election except for Mississippi, you know. Mississippi didn't vote for her, but she did good in certain states like California and some of the other states that the Republicans or Democrats wouldn't have done well in. And she's an appeal to moderate voters, kind of middle of the road voters. And she gets elected, and her first term starts out real well. And here's my book right here.
Okay. I'll put the link in the chat for you as well as online.
Yeah, and
you got a PayPal?
I don't have an account per se, but they can order it from your
Okay. I'll put it in here then.
This book could be purchased on Amazon or Meredith, etc. And this explains some of the shortcomings of our government, just like it does the judicial system, and how it can be improved. That's my goal, is to improve the judicial system and the legal system and the political system all at one time. I got suggestions, you know, and hopefully enough people will read it. The New Populist Party made it to Stanford, Princeton, American University, University of Washington, and Memphis University, and Belhaven. It's already made it to those libraries. And in 2014, I was named the #1 library salesperson in the organization, you know. Ms. Meredith McGee's Ms. McGee's was the author of the head author and owner of Meredith, etc. And my book went that far with her help, you know, and I thank you, Ms. McGee.
Thank you. You're welcome, William. How much time we got left, Gwendolyn? You got 4 minutes left.
Okay,
I
Ms.
put a
McGee,
link for, so they can buy both books. If you buy both books
Yeah.
together, it's $14.35. Both of his books are novellas, and then you can buy the hardback book from Barnes and Noble online, and the softback book from Amazon. I guess you can buy the hardback book from there as well. We were really surprised that his book landed in the textbook market but his novella is historic fiction. Could you tell them how your book, briefly, the historical facts that are in your novella, The New Populist Party, which his main character became the first white female president in the United States in his story?
well, she was very much interested in politics, and so was Charles, and that's what brought them together, and they had many talks.
I mean, the historic fiction about the Populist Party from 1893, was it?
Yeah, it was.
That's the historic fiction in your book. The New Populist.
Weren't
The Populist Party.
Weren't they called the Greenback Party or something like that?
I thought it was in your book. You say Populist Party. The former started in Meridian, Mississippi. In your book.
Yeah, they were called the Greenbacks or something like that. And they eventually changed the name to Populist. When I changed it in the book to Populist Party, and that they were a grassroots organization to get people elected to office that were not for the rich people.
Right. And they had influence all the way up to Roosevelt, right?
Yeah, and Roosevelt was a good populist too, to help the poor people.
Okay.
FDR, there's 2 President Roosevelts. There's Theodore and then Franklin, and I'm talking about Franklin.
Right, Franklin, FDR.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, we were in terrible shape when he became president, and he got us out of the Great Depression. So I've always liked FDR.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, and I think if I didn't, I will put the links on the Facebook pages as well.
Can I add one thing? This book made it to Stanford, Princeton, America. Did I already say that?
I don't think you mentioned
This book made it to Stanford, Princeton, American University, University of Memphis, University of Michigan, and Bellhaven here in Jackson bookstores. And it was on the textbook market of historical fiction. And it's a very interesting book, and you can't take your mind off of it when you start reading it. It really grabs your attention.
Right. Okay. Miss Ladonna, can you share the music now?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay.
Okay, you let me know if you all can hear. Hold on one second. And the one that I'm going to play, it's called Arise. Can you all hear it?
Yes.
Arise. Set yourself apart and come out from among them. Forming who you were from birth, God knew you and loved you. So in your path, He chooses trials and tribulations that will strengthen you. He is the lifter of our bowed down heads. So stand, because trouble don't last always. He is our Redeemer, our Waymaker. He is our Father, who loved us enough to give His only begotten Son, Jesus. So arise and come out from among them. Search the Bible for stories that are similar to yours, because there is nothing new under the sun. So arise, and in our weakness, He is made strong. And we were put here to love our God and love one another, for iron sharpens iron. So do not worry about what you should eat or drink, for God knows everything. So arise and boldly approach the throne. Arise.
Okay. You have another one? I was trying to give Mary a chance to get her, get
Okay.
situated over there. Gwen, I think we're gonna have to give Mary at least 20 minutes. There's no way she can present all those books and
Have plenty of time to present her book, you know.
so Miss Ladonna, could you share your other one?
Yes, ma'am, I will. I'm going to share this one. It's called Stand Firm. It's number 11 on the CD.
Okay. Thank you.
Stand firm. Our outer shells are pressed against daily, broken down, shaken up, torn loose, activating the praise that is shut up in our bones. Our faith then releases the glory that God passes before us, allowing us to speak to the dry bones, aligning ourselves with God's will. Our Father provides correction, discipline, and long suffering, including with the path that He has chosen for us to strengthen as we deny, resist, rebuke, and kill our flesh daily, bringing forth the inner spirit who works in all truth, with attributes and virtues are developed as we stand firm, coming to this new awareness, rising higher in every dimension and level in our faith walk. As God fine-tunes His greatest work, you and I, as we stand firm in the process. I picked the one without the music, but that was Stand Firm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're so welcome.
Excuse please, y'all. I want to correct what I thought, maybe I call myself being comical about the threatening of the bombing of the colleges. And for those, I didn't think about those who may have been listening. I did not want to make any kind of negative conversation about that. I just tried to be comical, but that did not work. I thought about that I should not have said it. So if everyone please take that back, take that from me. That was never said.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. Okay, so the Donna, thank you for sharing. I appreciate it, and everybody for presenting. And now Mary is in the book gallery, and she's ready to present some of the thousands of books she has behind her all everywhere. Okay.
Well, I really don't know where to begin, so I'm going to share my two books that I've written.
Okay.
Uncle Hubbard and the Burlap Sack.
Okay.
Which is a childhood story that was always shared with me. And so in 2005 or 2006, I decided that I would write about it. So I did. And it's only, like I said, it's a childhood story. Okay. And this book, Snippets of Truth, which I took the liberty to add the S on truths. It's memories of a Southern childhood. So it's a compilation of snippets of things that I remembered as stories that I remembered as a child. So in this book, I have 36 snippets. And when I was writing this, my grandson said that I needed to write more. But at that time, that's all. And I shared with him, that's all I want to write at this time, that maybe later I'll write more. So those are my personal books. But in the store, I have lots of books. And I'm not going to try to go through them. I've just pulled 2 or 3, 4 or 5. This book, Knock Knock, written by Daniel Beatty and illustrated by Byron Carter. It's a story about a child missing his dad. That's it. It is hardcover, and it sells for $18.99. So if you want to buy a book, some of my books are listed on at www.shopairs.com, which is Meredith's shopping mall. You may buy the books by Cash App. My Cash App is Cash M Hardy 47, or you can pay me by PayPal. This book, Too Many Tamales, Greenville, Mississippi is known as the hot tamales capital of the world. So I have this book that I shared with my students and others during the month of October. And it's a fun story about a mother, the daughter thinking that she lost her mother's diamond ring in the hot tamale mesa, but it wasn't lost. They baked dozens of hot tamales, and when she found out that she had lost the ring, her cousins and siblings ate the hot tamales, but the ring was not in the hot tamales. The mother had the ring. So that's what this book is all about.
Y'all remember when you read it at the Lundy Book Club? It was really a cool
Yeah,
story.
yeah. It's a good story, funny story.
Yes, fun.
Mhm. And this book, Honey, I Love, is one of my favorite poems. Well, I didn't tell you who wrote this book. This book was written by Gary Soto and illustrated by Ed Martinez. And it is let's see. And the price of this book is not on there. I think it's a $15 book, paperback. All right, and this book I was getting ready to talk about, Honey, I Love. It was written by Elois Greenfield. It's a $7.99 book and one of my favorites. I think I've purchased this book for all of my grandchildren, especially the girls, and I've read it to them. So
That's
Honey,
poetry.
it's a book of poetry, Honey, I Love.
You read one of them before. No,
And I've shared.
Where does she live?
Yeah, I've shared. I have a favorite. Honey, I Love is one of my, it's a poem in the book entitled Honey, I Love, which is one of my favorites. And it is a $7.99 book, $7.99 book.
Okay. How many How many poems does she have in there?
How many poems are in the book?
Mhm.
Oh. Let's see. It's at least 15.
Okay.
Mary, I found a book. Somebody loaned me a book about the life of Bill Clinton. And I thought I saw that on the shelf of your library when I was there last time, you know, a bookstore. I mean,
I do. I have.
and so, yeah.
No, it's still looking. He's still looking at me.
Uh-huh.
This guy gave me a book on the life of Bill Clinton, you know.
Have you read it?
And no, it's fiction.
Yeah.
But if it's fiction, then
No,
it must be for me.
If it's fiction.
Because I'm the
Yeah.
one that reads fiction.
Yeah, well, I'm like William. I don't like too much fiction. I like it to be, I like the real stuff.
Yeah.
I
Nonfiction.
Rolling Clinton, you know.
Yeah. Okay, and then I have a book
like-
of poems. I like poetry. I have this book's box. It's about Henry Box Brown, the guy that boxed himself to freedom. But it's a book of poems that tells the story of Henry Box Brown.
Oh yeah.
It's hardcover.
Is that
Yeah.
true?
Is
That's a
it
true
is it
story?
a true story? Oh yeah, I think it's a true story. He
And
boxed
it's told
himself.
through poetry.
Pardon?
It's told through poetry.
Through poetry about his life. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
how many pages is that? And also the how much is that one?
let's see them how many pages. You know, a lot of times the children's books, pages are not numbered.
Oh yeah, some of them, especially illustrated, they should not.
Yeah, they're illustrated. They are not numbered, so I can't tell you exactly how many pages. I can kind of estimate. There looks to be about 20, 25 pages.
And how much is that one?
It is $17.99. But it's a
Okay.
very pretty book.
Oh,
Henry
it's
Box Brown.
hardback color illustrations.
Yeah, it's hardcover and color illustrations. Yes.
I figured that when you said $17.99. And okay.
But very
Mary,
colorful.
Oh, sure is.
Mhm.
let me know if the Bill Clinton book sells, and I'll give you that other one. You might be able to sell two, you know.
Okay, all right. It's interesting what people want. And a lot of
Yeah,
times if they
yeah.
come in and I don't have it, I just order it for them. Because you know,
Yeah.
you order books and they'll just stay on your shelf, and you know, the shelf life is not good. So you'd rather have something that someone wants right now. So, you know, it might take me 2 or 3 days to get it, but I'd rather order it than to have that shelf life for the
At
book.
least you don't want him to change your minds and not buy it, you know.
Yeah, well, sometimes I'll have them to put a little down on it. So if they paid something on it, they'll come back and get it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm in the sales business. I'm selling promotional products that are logos on the side of products for Kaiser and Blair. They go out in the community. You
William,
know.
her presentation is being timed.
Well, that's all right. He's
Okay.
helping me out.
Okay.
I'm not a big talker, so he's probably helping me out a little bit. Of
Okay.
course, I have Becoming, Michelle's book. Becoming, which is hardcover.
It's a very well written book.
Yeah, it is.
And I just really believe that Michelle will Obama is just an excellent writer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I admire her so much for selling out what did she sell out? An arena, like a rock star.
Yeah,
Is how many
yeah,
people bought her book? I
right.
wonder did she do all that autograph?
I don't know whether she did, but
I know
you
what
know,
you
some
did.
of them have stamps. They just have the autograph on a stamp, so they
Oh
don't
yeah, I
have
see what you're
to
saying.
do all that autographing.
Oh wow,
Um,
that's big
and
time
then
to have your
you-
autograph on the stamp.
Yeah. Well, if you have lots of books,
Yeah,
you
I
can just
know.
about tell
I know.
If-
I know.
if
Yeah,
it's for example, the 16, I thought I had that book, the 1619 book, and I know that one is yeah, so I've sold lots of
I've heard a lot about 1619. How much is that one?
I think I have my original copy at home, but I have the children's, the 1619 children. That's in hardcover.
What's the
And
author's
it's
name?
in-
I heard her talking about it recently.
The
What's
six,
her name?
okay. I started reading it, but so my copy is at home, but I was going to get into the autographing. I have an autograph copy of I would say the adult book, and it looks like a stamp. It doesn't look like it's
Oh, I see what
fresh.
you're saying. It's
Yeah.
not original.
Right. It
Oh,
looks
uh, Oh wow! And the originals, I'm sure, is more valuable than the stamp.
I don't.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I'd like to get the adult one from you, Mary. So I'll cash up you what for it.
Which one do
I
you
want
want?
to get. I want to get the. I'm sorry. The one for an adult 1619 because I don't have that in my collection.
Okay, so I'll have to check it out. Look at the one that I have. Someone gave it to me. My copy is so I'll check it out. Do you want
You
it?
can send it to me and I'll send you the money today so you could order that one from me.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
You want the adult one?
Yeah, not the children, not the
Adult.
adult.
Okay, I can check that one out and I'll let you know what it costs.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And how much
Okay.
is that with the children's book? You forgot to tell us the price of that one.
Okay. It is $18.99.
Is that the illustrations are also in color? I know that's a hardback version. I know hardback is higher.
Yeah, it's color. The children's book is in color.
Hold up some of the illustrations. Oh,
All right, it
That's
was
nice.
illustrated by Nicholas Smith,
mm.
and I've seen his illustrations elsewhere. The tobacco fields. Okay, so that's this one.
And what's the story? She said, born on the water. What's the story about being born on the water?
Been born on the water?
Is that the name of it? I thought it says born on the water.
It says 1619 project, born on the water. Born being transported, I would say.
I guess.
Born traveling.
Okay, let it go. Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Have Cicely Tyson, Just As I Am.
Yeah. How many pages is that one? I get that one. I hadn't read. I get.
So with
I'm like you. I love memoirs and biographies. I do love fiction, especially historic fiction. But you know, when I was younger, that's all I read was fiction.
Yeah.
But I'm
It
older
has-
now. I read more nonfiction.
This one has 416 pages.
Yeah, that's big, like President Obama always have big books like that.
Yeah, I don't see how you write like that.
Wow.
And it
Yeah.
is $28.99.
Yeah, I know for that many pages. That's 2 books.
Yeah, that's a lot of writing.
Yeah, that's a lot. And she lived a life worth all the pages.
That's right.
Yes,
That's
yes,
right.
she did. Yeah.
Okay.
And you
So
know,
how much time do I have?
You have 3 minutes, 27 seconds.
Oh my goodness. All right. Okay. See, I'm not a talker, so William has helped me out. So I have Bobby Rush's book.
I ain't studying it.
I ain't studying
Big
it.
bad Bobby Rush.
I ain't studying it.
Uh-huh.
It is a $29 book. It is hardcover. Has some photos.
Yeah, I got mine autograph from him at the book gallery here in Jackson when it first came out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a favorite of all of ours. And I have
Yes,
some
he
Stacey
is.
Abrams books.
Oh, okay.
While Justice Sleeps.
Is that
It is.
hardcover? Man,
It's
that's a thick one,
hardcover.
too.
And it has, let's see, 367 pages.
How much is Miss Abrams' book?
Her book is $28.
What kind of
28.
book did she write? Is hers political or memoir?
I think her books are more political.
I see it's political.
While
Yeah.
Justice Sleeps. And then Stacey Abrams' book, Our Time Is Now.
That's political as well, or
Yeah, yeah. I think they all political.
both of them are political.
Yeah. And it's a $27.99. And it has these pages. I don't look at page numbers. It has 291 pages.
Yeah.
All right. I have the three mothers, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and James Baldwin tell how a nation.
Oh my
was
God,
shaped.
that's James Baldwin.
Yeah. Well,
James Baldwin, I don't have that.
Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and James Baldwin's mother.
Oh,
writes.
James Baldwin's mother. Who wrote that book?
Anna Malika Tubbs.
Oh, she wrote about James Baldwin's mother along with Malcolm X.
And
Wait a
Martin.
minute. Mothers.
It's about the mothers of
Okay,
Martin Luther King. Yeah. Martin
I
Luther
gotta
King
have
Jr.,
that one. Gotta have that one too.
Malcolm X, and James Baldwin.
Okay. The three mothers. And what's the other one? Oh, 1619.
The sixth.
Okay,
And this
okay.
book it's $28.99.
Which one?
The three mothers.
It's worth it.
Yeah, it's worth
It's
it.
worth it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know my 3 minutes up, aren't they, Gwen?
Yes, ma'am, it just went off.
Okay, thank you.
Good time.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. We still got time for people to go again. So
But can I ask a question? I don't mean to
sure.
interrupt. I have a parent that called concerning the poetry reading for the children, and I told her I would get back with her as soon as I spoke with you. She didn't get a chance to go register online, so it's okay. Can she still enter?
Can you put her number in the email in the chat? Because I have to send her the link through the email.
Sure, okay,
And the child wrote the poem.
yes.
Yes, yes, absolutely. She can
All
put her name in there so I can add her name to. We do the
Okay.
list. Name and email. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for everything, for helping us. Because we really needed needed your help. Okay, so I didn't really get a chance to present the offers that we presented, so I'm gonna go again myself. And Mary, you're welcome to go after me. It's hard to do a reading of that many books, and you have. We only have 29 books, but I'm just saying. And Mary, I know she has way more. So you can I start now? Can I start now, Gwen?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Okay.
How
So
many minutes? I'm sorry, how many minutes?
15.
15, okay.
Okay. Okay. Again, I'm Meredith Coleman McGee, the publisher and acquisition editor of Meredith, etc., a small press here in Jackson, Mississippi. And I'm going to do a brief reading from the books that we've produced here by, I think, 19 authors over our 10 years of existence. One of the authors that we did his book, it was written in a Memphis prison. Name of it is Death by Association, Volume 1, Retaliation, Volume 2, Deception. And his name is Anthony Ellis. And he passed away a few years ago. But this is a murder mystery. And I'm sure that the story is based on all the stories that he heard from people that he was around during his incarceration. It is a great book. I mean, he really left this world with a great book. It's a 2-volume murder mystery. I'm going to read the endorsements on the back. Anthony Ellis has an incredible gift of creating and developing characters. The reader becomes intimately involved in these personalities as Ellis brilliantly weaves the sit on the edge of your seat plot. And this review was given by my aunt, the wife of James Meredith, Dr. Judy A. Also Brooks Meredith, and she's an author of Glass Ceiling. And I'm gonna read a little bit of chapter 1. And this is when his story starts. November the 18th, 2013, Monday, 5 a.m. 5 a.m. Johnson murder scene. He starts with a murder scene. Double murder at 1298 South Parkway East, Memphis, Tennessee. Amos pulled in front of James' house in his black Nissan Titan 2-door 4-seat truck, listening to the song Up Down by T-Pain. When the song ended, he turned his ignition off and blew the horn twice. Amos felt a little fatigued because he had stayed up late at a party the previous night. The beat of the music gave him a second breath, but something about the mist in the air lacked normalcy. After taking a full look at the house, he noticed it was dark and the garage door was open. The morning got eerier by the second. By 5 a.m., James would typically be on the porch, sitting in the chair, legs cocked, hands free, like he owned the space he occupied. But today, unlike any other, a 7-Eleven plastic cup was on the porch. The house was dark, and there was no sign of family about their Monday morning business, none. The white rim of the cup was facing the garage. The presence of the cup was unusual, to say the least, because at the Johnson residence, Cassandra managed a spotless house, which she cleaned herself and demanded even the youngest child put trash in the garage and complete her chores. The thick fog paralyzed Amos's view of the house temporarily, but he soon became aware there were no lights peering through the upstairs window of the sitting room at the corner opposite the garage. Minutes later, Amos became concerned. He and James would be late for work unless he rushed James out of the house. So Amos got out the truck, walked up to the old Victorian-style house, and rang the doorbell. No one came to the door. Then he noticed, he turned around and went back to the truck to get his cell phone to call James. Amos walked over to the garage and looked inside. Cassandra's car was gone and the door to the house was open. He could see the green light from the ADT security panel blinking. He stepped inside the dark garage and walked up the door and yelled, "Hello?" But he got nothing back, not a sound. As he approached the kitchen, he heard several ice cubes fall in the tray in the freezer. He walked back to the garage because his sense of fear kicked in and his heart beat accelerated. Wide open, Amos slowly stepped inside the house, looked around the wall, hit the light switch in the kitchen, but the lights did not come on. Suddenly, his heart thumped rapidly and he felt a little warmer than usual. He walked through the kitchen and bumped into the lamp sitting on the desk in the den. He could smell an odor as he stood at the bottom of the staircase. Then he became consumed with a sense of dread. And so soon he finds his brother. They both work at the prison at the top of the staircase. And this is the beginning of the murder mystery in volume 1, which is called Retaliation. And volume 2 is called Deception, which is the theme of these murders in both volumes. So this book is around 300 pages, and it's $10.99. And of course, all of the titles that we produce, you can buy from meredithetc.com online. You'll see them as you scroll down. Gwen, how many minutes do I have now?
You have 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to my 9th book, which is a memoir about my late husband, William L. McGee Jr., and I'm gonna read the first page in chapter 1, which starts with a poem which I wrote in 1998, February the 18th, 1998, which was 10 days after me and my late husband's first date, 24 years ago. Okay, so the strangers Spring. Where were you last night when the rain pounded against my window and the loneliness sunk in? Did you know I was here with no one to love me, no one to hold me, no one to talk to, because you were gone and I alone? Where are you now while the sun shines so pretty and the flowers bloom? And I feel like spring inside, so warm, so needed. I hear a knock on the door. This isn't you. What must I do? The stranger enters and he sits and he sits, and I become comfortable. The stranger sits and he sits and he holds me. The stranger sits and he sits and he loves me and I love him back. I feel like spring inside, so warm, so fulfilled. The stranger is good. Goodbye, my love. The stranger is here. I wrote the poem The Stranger Spring 10 days after my first date, March 8, 1998, with Will. He became my sweet, sticky thing. I know correct is thing, but I said thing. I became his. He was roughly 5'8", and I was 5'3.5". He weighed 165 pounds. I weighed 138 pounds. He is dark. I am brown skinned. He is muscular and athletic. I am muscular and non-athletic. He had been divorced 3 years. I had never been married. Okay, so that's the first I was wanting to cry, but you know what? I made it down through there. And so I got about 3 minutes left.
You have 4.
Okay. This is my 10th book and my first novel. Wow. That's amazing. I wrote mostly nonfiction in my short career, 10 years being an author. So I'm gonna resume where I started reading earlier, which I hate to do that for somebody might be just not tuning in. Okay, during the 1950s, local whites continued to oppose Negro economic advancement, and they violently opposed equal rights, especially Negro suffrage. Reverend George Lee, a local minister, and Gus Course, a businessman, organized the NAACP branch and registered 100 new Black registrants. This was in the 1950s. Wow. Lee refused to heed to Klan threats and was the victim of a drive-by shooting in 1955. His vehicle crashed into a Belzoni home. His funeral was held outside the grounds of a local church to accommodate the mass crowd, which included a Black congressman from Detroit. After the Civil Rights era, cannabis production peaked. Humphreys County is full of history. The county folk pay homage to a host of natives. Blues musicians Elmore James and Pine Top Perkins and jazz musician George Cartwright. Lawrence Gordon, a native of Belzoni, was the president of 20th Century Fox. He produced notable movies, Die Hard, Predator, Field of Dreams, Hellboy, Watchmen, and Boogie Nights. Midnight doesn't have a skyscraper, a regional fair, a movie house, or a 3-star hotel. It has a zip code, 39115, and a post office. Buford runs the post office like his parents before him. Only 206 people live in Midnight. It's a very small community. Mary Agnes, the only school teacher in the community, dreamed the community where she owns a small parcel of land in a 5-room row house. 2 houses from Eddie G. and Pearlie Mae will become incorporated. Mary Agnes envisions paved streets, growth and prosperity. She is a native of Greenwood, Mississippi, where streets are paved. She was not used to dusty roads. Washing muddy cars is a bit much. She envisioned everyone in Humphreys County, Mississippi, knowing her name when the population surpassed 300, then 500. Mary Agnes student Sheena, who lived next door between she and Eddie G and Pearlie Mae, had her mind set on becoming a better version of a school teacher. Mary Agnes and her beautiful mother, Vivian, known to all as Viv. Sheena plans to become a school teacher, a change agent, an influencer, a large landowner, a wife, a mother, and a beautician and a female politician. All of Shula's goals did not emerge at once. She made good grades and served as an unofficial tutor. In 1985, Mary Agnes suggested girls' first potential profession, school teacher. Mary Agnes felt Shula was destined to be a teacher. In 1985, a teacher was a pillar in the community. Mary Agnes certainly fit that bill. Okay, so where I get now?
You have 8 seconds.
Wow, 15 minutes go by so fast. Anyway, I did get to read a little bit of my latest books, which was published January 2nd and 3rd. And if anybody would like to buy any of my books or those that we published, the link is in the chat as well as on Community Library of Mississippi's Facebook page and also on the Jackson Book Festival Facebook page. And anybody else, we still have time for at least 3 or 4 more people to get another chance. Miss Johnson, you can read again if you would like to. Would you like to go again, Mary? I don't think she heard me.
All right, well, I
15
can
minutes
share
go
a few
by.
more.
Yeah, because 15 minutes go by so fast.
Okay, I can share a few more.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to get this young lady registered.
How many minutes we put on this one?
Did you give me her email?
Oh, she didn't give me an email. Let me call her. Let me call her real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
You can get Mary 20 because it goes by so fast.
Okay.
She's elementary, right?
Yes, she's
Yeah, okay,
fifth
okay.
grade.
I'm gonna put it in that category. I'm adding her
Okay.
now.
Okay, I'm gonna call her now.
Okay. Okay, so I have lots of books. I have Unhinged, Omarosa's book, Unhinged.
Oh, really? Have you read any of it?
A little bit of it.
Oh, yeah. What was she talking about?
Well, well, I can give you some of the chapters in the book.
Okay.
Like chapter 1 is Make Us Proud. Chapter 2, Wit and Bigly, B-I-G-L-Y. The Ultimate Merger, Shattered. She has a chapter on Trump and Clinton, Election Day. It has 333 pages. Well, 334 pages. It has, let's see. I can read you a little bit of the jacket, side the book jacket. It says, this is the second paragraph. The Trump White House has been unprecedented in scandal and outrage since the inauguration. In Unhinged, the former assistant to the president and director of communications for the Office of Public Liaison exposes the truth behind the roller coaster ride of our current political reality, relaying shocking detail after shocking detail of Trump's attitude on race and women, the way he treats his staff and his family, and the ways he has changed mentally and physically over the years. Omarosa meticulously reports alarming stories about Donald and Melania, Mike Pence, Ivanka Trump, and every major player in this rogues, and that's ROGUES gallery. A stunning tell-all and takedown from a strong, intelligent woman who took every name and number. Unhinged is a must read for any concerned citizen. Omarosa.
So she telling some stuff, huh?
Yeah, she's telling some stuff. And then I have Go Tell Michelle. These
Okay.
are letters written to Michelle from African-American women.
Right.
Okay. And all the letters are addressed to Michelle. It says, Dear Michelle. Some are written in narrative form and some are written in poetically. Okay. Because I have Hidden Figures. All of you've read Hidden Figures. And this is the Young Readers Edition, which is a paperback, and it's $7.99.
Oh, Hidden Figures.
Yeah, this is the Young Readers Edition.
Are you serious? How many pages is that one? I just looked.
You have a thing with pages, don't you? It's 231 pages.
Yeah, I saw it was big for, so that's for like young adults.
Yes, it's for young readers with the index. It has 231.
Is that a memoir?
Well, I guess in a way it is, but it talks about when I look at a memoir, I look at a memoir as writing about one person, but that's the way I see a memoir. But it talks about all of the ladies that worked. The three ladies. Four, yeah, it was three ladies that worked for NASA.
Well, I saw a play on somewhere that said it was more than 3. I don't know. I think I saw it on the news. Somebody
it was
did
probably more than 3, but I think these
that
three
one
are just spotlighted.
3. They picked 3 people to spotlight. Okay.
Yeah. But it's amazing to know you were hired to work as a human computer, you
Right,
know,
yes.
to have that brain to work as a human computer.
Do you know anything about them? Did they actually, where they went to school, or did they go to college, or
No,
how
not
they?
not in detail. You know, I've heard and read, but can't remember in detail where they attended school, but we know they were all brilliant. And I'm sure it's in the book somewhere, but I'd hate to say and be wrong.
Right, right.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so I have some of Barack's books. This is Barack Obama's The Audacity of Hope. I have Dreams. I also have his book, Dreams from My Father, and these books are in paperback.
How much are those?
The paperback books are, this one is $7.99. And Dreams from My Father is $14.95. Okay. And this book, The Children of Pantherburn, is and it has, it has 682 pages.
Wow, that is a lot. Turn the
Yeah.
side, turn it around so I can see the side.
The what?
The spine, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now, what kind of book is that?
I think it's historical fiction.
Oh, it's historical
Yes,
fiction.
Yes, it has
about
some
the
truth.
slavery times?
Well, it talks about a lot about the 1927 flood, the flood of the Mississippi Delta in 1927, how the slaves tried to escape. I mean, not tried to, they didn't really.
But what year you say now?
1927 flood in the
You
Mississippi
mean the
Delta.
sharecroppers?
Yeah,
the sharecropper, you said slave, you mean sharecropper?
the sharecroppers, yeah, tried to leave. You know, they tried to leave, but they kept them here because they knew that if they left, they wouldn't come back. So it's a lot about that. A lot that.
It caused
that
a lot
time.
of them died because they stayed.
Some died. Some died, but I think most of them were. Most lived, but they wanted to leave. But you know, they didn't. They wanted to leave because of the flooding, but they kept them here because they knew that if they left, they wouldn't come back, and they needed them for work. So it talks about some prominent people here that are still here in the Mississippi Delta. The families, yes, are still here in the Delta. But this book was,
they still own plantations?
they don't own plantations.
You mean the sharecroppers?
We don't have.
Some do on Highway 49, just past Tutwiler. There is a big sign that says somebody's plantation. One of those big signs over Highway 49 going north. And then Tutwiler, there's a big sign over there that says Johnson Plantation.
I don't know whether people still live out there and whether they work on the plantations anymore. I know they still have the old plantation homes that in some areas they have converted them into bed and breakfast.
but they need to take the sign down that says plantation. But
Okay,
I know
well,
what you said.
yeah, I don't know. You know, and you do see, I have seen areas where there are 2 or 3 houses near the big house. So I don't know whether people live in those and work. I'm sure they do. But I don't know where there's any real sharecropping going on. I don't think so.
But yeah, we got equipment now, you know.
Yeah, they have the equipment and but I'm almost sure that they do have people living on the farms to help them with their crops. But I'm not sure what they're called, whether they're called sharecroppers or whether they are called tenants.
Yeah,
Of what
farm
they're called.
helpers.
Yeah, but they do have helpers, farm helpers.
Yeah.
Okay. But the guy who wrote this book is named Roosevelt Wright. He lives in Monroe, Louisiana, and he's written a second book. Can't call not sure about the name of that book, but this is a $34.95 book. And it's paperback.
Yeah, that's a big book.
Mm-hmm. But he talks about the 1927 flood and the people from Greenville, Mississippi coming to Pantherburn to get people to come back to help with the flood. And in one particular character, he talks about the man saving silver dollars to win his lady friend over. So I shared some of this with my students. And as I read, I thought about the trunk of silver dollars. And I said, oh my goodness, I have a trunk of silver dollars on my dresser. So, and I do, I had that small trunk. So the next week I saw this group of children and I took my trunk of silver dollars to let them see it. So it's just a small jewelry box type trunk, but I have it full of silver dollars.
Oh.
So I have Clifton Talbert's books. I have his hardcover book, Little Cliff and the Porch People. Of course, Clifton Talbert is from Glen Allen, Mississippi.
I heard of him.
Yeah. And he's written
I think I ordered
books.
one of your books in November that he wrote. I can't remember which one.
Clifton's books. Okay.
But I had heard of him before you presented him. I saw him in my research.
Yeah.
So I think he wrote about Jim Crow as well, right?
Yeah, that's what he wrote about. And this one is where he travels in his community. His mother sends him to borrow items for a pie, and he stops by and visits with all of the people sitting on the porch on his way to get this item.
And how much is that one?
It is $16.99.
Okay. And I see that says E.B. Lewis. What does that say about E.B. Lewis?
E.B. Lewis is the painter, illustrator. And when he was, I'm not sure whether he's writing this book or another book, E.B. Lewis came to the Delta and visited with him as he did his research to write the book.
Oh, really?
So I have in the store some autographs of E.B. Lewis. He just autographed some, left some autographs with, yes.
Oh, yeah.
So I have a stack of E.B. Lewis's signatures.
For that particular book there?
Well, it could be for any of Clifton's book. Well, No, it could, yeah, for this book in particular, because he illustrated this book.
I mean, you say, which book did he autograph E.B. Lewis?
I don't have the autographs. I have a stack of his autographs, and it's this book, I believe, because
Oh, I see.
let's see.
E.B. Lewis came to your bookstore and did an event, and he autographed the books, and you have them there. You can
Right,
sell
he
them.
was, yeah, he came. Clifton was here, and it could be this book. It was this one or The Cold Place. And while he was in the Mississippi Delta, he stopped by the book gallery, and E.B. Lewis was with him. And
Now,
he
E.B.
just,
Lewis is he's well known, right? He's also
as
an
an
author.
illustrator. Yeah, he's
Uh,
well
as
known
an
as an illustrator.
I guess you.
Mhm. Okay, and this book, Delta Blue, is written by Woodrow Wilkins. And Woodrow Wilkins is a local television personality. And he writes about a trial. I'm not sure whether it's a murder trial, but he tells the story of that trial in the book Delta Blue.
Okay.
This is the book that Lynette did the photo on the back.
Oh,
And-
okay, yeah. Yeah, I got that book right
You
there.
have this book, yeah,
Yeah, I bought that from you in November.
yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't cracked it open because I got so many to crack open.
I bet you do. Like I have a lot of them to crack open. When I get up in the morning and I read a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And you know, you get
Yeah.
busy and
I usually like to at least crack it open and read a little bit before I
Yeah.
put it on my shelf.
yeah,
Oh,
I do too. I got them everywhere. Okay. Let's see. How many minutes do I have, Gwen?
That's it.
That's it.
Right
made
on
it through.
track. You did
Good.
good.
All righty. Thank you. And Meredith disappeared. Okay.
how many minutes you had left, Mary?
She said I was through. That's it.
Yeah, her time is up.
Oh, okay. Mary, you can go longer because we still got some time. Now me and you the only vendors left.
Are they all gone?
Yeah, the vendors are gone. Now
Oh, it's
the poetry contest is in a few minutes. They'll be there. I see some of them are on, but the video is not on.
so the poetry contest is what time?
4.
Okay, it's just 3:17.
Yeah, I'm gonna go after you.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, Vicky can go do. She got Vicky. You want to let Vicky go first, then you go.
Yeah, Vicky can go.
Vicky, you can go, and then me and Mary will go after you. You can do either one. You got the community library and the Quilts. American Prayer.
Okay, well, let me see. I guess I can go back to the quilts because
Okay.
let me see. Hold up a second here. Okay, well.
While she's getting that okay.
I come back with my
Okay.
Well, a second here so I can get my. Okay, so what I was showing from Hazel's collection, Hazel's are these pillows that let me see.
Is that
Can
a
that be
Christmas
said?
thing?
Huh?
Is that a holiday thing or an African thing, the color?
These are the African.
Oh, that's an African color
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, for the pillows. And I also discovered
How
I
much
didn't
is that?
see it,
How much is that
but-
set, Dickie?
huh?
It said you just showed us. How much was it?
The set itself is going to be 35. The two of these going to be 35 together.
Okay.
Now there is a quilt. Now, when I probably do all the there is a quilt that I discovered that goes
Oh,
with
they
those
go.
quilts.
That's a baby quilt or what size is that quilt? That a baby quilt or a twin or a queen?
No, this is like I guess it's like a full, it's not a queen size, no.
It's a full.
Right.
Okay. I got you. It's
And,
beautiful.
and so
What's on
now,
the other side? Show the other
on
side.
the other side, when I was talking about sororities and fraternities, and this one was what she did for me. Can you see that Delta Sigma Theta?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's two-sided? The
Yeah,
quilt
yeah, it is two-sided. But now this one is for Delta Sigma Theta. And what I was saying is that she does for all different sororities and fraternities. I just happen to have this one. And that one in itself is going to be like $40 because it has both sides, two sides. And this is a cartoon characters. And this goes in the crib.
That's
And,
a baby quilt.
baby quilt, size 36 by 37. And this is 25 right here. These are baby quilt.
Move it over a little bit so you can see one part you couldn't see. Over a little bit.
Huh?
Oh, it's got a car on. I see the car.
Oh. Can that be seen more so? Or this way?
Oh, yeah, hold it up a little bit. Now over. Okay, I see it now. I see it. That's beautiful
Okay.
too. Mhm.
Yeah, now this is 25. That's for the crib. This is 36 by 37.
That is a great price for a baby quilt.
Uh-huh.
Very good price.
And so yeah. And let me see. This is another one here. These got a different characters. Can you see the cartoon characters on here? Wait a minute. Am I showing these? Can these be seen? Okay. Can these be seen?
Yeah.
This?
You
Okay.
can see it.
You can see it. Okay. This is the baby one, cartoon characters. And let me see. 34, 36, and this is 20.
Okay. Oh, that's for the crib.
Huh? Yeah, that's for the crib.
That's
Yeah.
a baby quilt for the crib. Okay.
Yeah, for the crib. Yeah.
Mm.
And okay. And this is the one. I think this is also for the crib. This is
Oh, that's Snoopy. Oh,
Yeah,
hey,
that's
yeah, okay, I
yeah,
got
that's
baby
Snoopy
Snoopy.
right here. Yeah, that's
Baby
also Snoopy.
Makes you want to have a baby.
Huh?
Makes you want to have a baby.
Yeah, I'm showing her all the stuff she can put on. She can put in her crib. This is going to be 30 right here for this one. And what I was showing about these pillows, and it shows that these are when I was mentioning, I made a mistake about the Black schools, but these are the pillows that was made for different schools. Like I said, this one is Alcorn. So now there are pillows for each school, Jackson State, Valley, and all other schools. Now, I concentrate on Black schools, but it could be any school. More so the ones that have been ordered now are the ones from Black school. And oh, okay. Now, this is a pair of pillows together. This is a pair, a set right here. There's a pair of pillows. And let me see. This is to be 35, 40 for this set.
That's
of
two
pillows.
pillows.
Huh?
That's two pillows.
Yeah.
Turn to
That's
the
two
side.
pillows. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then that is all that's on. That is all that's that we have. So
That's all you had, Vicky?
yeah, that's all I have.
Okay. What?
Hi, everybody.
Hey, hello, how are you?
I'm great. How are y'all doing?
Oh, doing fantastic. This is one of our judges, you guys. Can you
Okay.
introduce yourself real quick?
I see Harry. I remember Gwendolyn.
Yeah, she's begging now. Harry's there. So at Ford, the poets was gonna do like a introduction. I have an updated list that I just put in the chat. I'm gonna put another one in there just so it'll be easy for you to see. And let me grab it real quick. And then because we just added an elementary student. Her name is Ava. Let's see. Do you see it?
I see it. I'm trying to open it.
Okay. Okay, and so I'm gonna present a few of my books that I didn't get to do a reading on while we wait for you guys to do your introduction, start your introduction at 4:00. And we're waiting on the other. We have quite a bit of number of poets that hadn't come in yet. Let's see. Yeah, from the elementary level and the adult level. Right now, it looks like it's about 4 of them here early. Okay. I'm presenting some of the books of Meredith, etc., that I was not able to do a reading from earlier. And this one is Reverse Guilty, I'm sorry, Social Justice and Christianity by Reverend Dr. Lewis Blake Hawthorne. He's a native of Noxapater, Mississippi, but he lived in Lexington for many years. Okay, so we converted his thesis and his dissertation into books. This is 400 years of social justice led by Christian leaders, men and women of the cloth. And then he did a book, Woman Preach, which is the evolution of preachers going from the pews to the pulpit. I'm going to read a couple of chapters of a couple of this is a church, an old church, Fairfax County, Virginia. Can you see it?
Yes.
That's the historical building. Chapter 1, Religious Practice in Colonial America. Religion is hotly contested terrain in America. This is true and it was definitely the case in the 17th and 18th centuries when religious disputes helped launch colonies, brought down governments, and started wars. During the 17th century, the British and others from Northern Europe set out to conquer the Caribbean islands and the coastal lands in North America. They were latecomers to the imperial conquest. However, Spain and Portugal launched the Age of Discovery and claimed much of Central and South America during the late 15th century. Christianity was dominated by the Catholic Church. Popes had far-reaching influence from Italy and Spain to England. In 1534, King Henry VIII broke with the Pope and the Catholic Church, and his advisors followed Protestant doctrines. However, in 1553, Queen Mary, who succeeded her brother, reestablished relations with the Catholic Church of England. Politics and religion coexisted and impacted European society. By 1558, the crown of Elizabeth I endorsed religious practices which combined Catholic traditions with Protestant beliefs, which earned the title of Puritan. This religious sect rebelled against the Catholic Church, which committed gross injustices on humanity by burning tens of thousands of Christians at the stake for refusing to acknowledge the supremacy of the Pope. During Elizabeth's reign, capitalism and commerce expanded. The East India Company was chartered by the Queen in 1600. It became an agent of British imperialism in India. Land was enclosed for the production of wool. The cities flooded with vagrant poor, and laws were passed to punish the poor and to imprison them into workhouses or exile them. The Elizabethan definition of rogues and vagabonds included. This was a law from the crown. All persons calling themselves scholars, going about begging all seafaring men, pretending losses of their ships or goods on the sea, going about the country begging, all idle persons going about in any country, either begging or using any subtle craft or lawful gains, all wandering persons and common laborers being able to vote using, lowering, and refusing to work for such reasonable wages as is taxed or commonly given. Oh boy, it wasn't good to be poor back then. You had to go work in the workhouses for a little food and shelter, just sub-slavery. On May the 13th, 1607, year of Shakespeare's tragedy, King Lear was first performed before King James I, a Protestant, at the Palace of Whitehall. 104 immigrants, consisting of a few soldiers, a sailor, a barber, laborers such as bricklayers, and several boys, landed in present-day Virginia. King James I, who ascended the throne while an infant upon the death of his cousin Elizabeth, had diverse tutors, spoke fluent Greek, Latin, French, English, and Scots. He was highly intelligent and seldom needed a translator when conducting business with foreign heads of states. So you get it. This book is full of history, and he talks about the impact of Christianity on social justice, good and bad, going back 400 years. And this book is used in seminary, in different seminaries as well. It's classified as a textbook. Let me see if I can find a picture. Show you.
What's
This
the name
is
of it?
What's
the name of it?
Social Justice and Christianity.
Social Justice and Christianity.
Did you see it?
I see it. Mhm.
Okay. I learned so much from Reverend Hawthorne, but this is one of the things. This is the funeral procession of Abraham Lincoln.
Giving a speech.
No, this was the funeral procession of Abraham Lincoln in Washington, D.C. after he was assassinated.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've learned is that, the country, all of the congresspersons were divided bitterly over what to do after the slaves were freed. When Lincoln was assassinated, they came together some of them to try to work across the aisle, as we say. So this is a picture of them locking arms like Martin Luther King and them did. And I was astonished to see this picture because I thought Martin Luther King and them was the first one to ever do that when they were walking, and they would be walking like five abreast.
Right.
And just, and they would lock arms and, just be connected. And I saw this picture after Lincoln's assassination of them locking arms, and it was just, they just covered the streets like that. I thought it was just a great sign of them uniting as lawmakers after this great tragedy happened. But anyway, and here's a picture of Phyllis Whitley, because he mentioned her in colonial America. This is a blueprint of Carter B. Woodson's home, who started Negro History Week which became now a month. And I think he was the first Black to get a PhD from Harvard. I can't remember the year, but it's in one of the books that we published. And this is the paperback edition of Woman Preach. And he also has a hardcover edition with Sojourner Truth on it. I don't know if I can find the page where he has Sojourner Truth, but he told the story of how she was illiterate, but she learned the Bible by having people read to her. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, here's Sojourner Truth. You see it?
I see it.
Okay, she lived from 1826 to 1883. Okay, here's a story about that he wrote about Sojourner Truth. Sojourner Truth, the second of 12 or 13 children to James and Elizabeth in Austin County, New York, was born Isabella. In the fall of 1826, Isabella took her infant daughter, Sophia, with her, leaving her other children behind, and walked to freedom. New York had established the emancipation law, which excluded her children because they had been born after 1799. Walking away from slavery was her first act of liberation. Then she had a revelation from God that he was omnipotent. She became empowered by her religious faith, even though she was poor, Black, and a woman. From 1828 to 1843, Sojourner Truth was a passionate member of the Methodist Church. She performed mission work and attended camp meetings. On June 1st, 1843, Isabella left New York to go east to lecture. It was at this point that she changed her name to Sojourner Truth. She was illiterate, but learned the Bible by having people read to her. She was wise and had a strong will to learn God's words. She preferred for children to read to her because they didn't mind reading pages repeatedly. The repetition helped her learn better. Plus, she possessed a great memory. While a resident of Northampton Association of Education and Industry, a utopian cooperative community, she met William Lloyd Garrison, Frederick Douglass, George Thompson, Wendell Phillips, David Ruggles, a Negro editor of an anti-slavery newspaper. From her association with these great orators and activists, Truth became familiar with anti-slavery and the women's rights movement. And of course, here's Frederick Douglass, who was in his time the most known Black man of his time, and also he was self-educated and became started publishing a newspaper himself. So after slavery, she ends up around all of these activists, and that had a great impact on her. And Elizabeth Leggett, who advocated for women's suffrage, described Truth as a woman with a potent public persona. Those who have heard Sojourner will never forget her power, never forget how they swayed with her will. She called on her staff. Her tall figure bent a little with every looking keen and tender yet pitiful, a far off look as though she caught the future. Then rising, she would speak in words so searching, so true, that I'm letting somebody in. Pale faces, pale faces, that's talking about what would brighten and flush in response. Truth was remembered for saying, "And ain't I a woman?" She spoke in broken slave dialect. A portion of one of her speeches follows. Since we got a few minutes, I'm just gonna read it because here's an image of Sojourner Truth with Abraham Lincoln when he signed the Emancipation Proclamation, and that was really big for a Black woman to be in the White House with a president. Of course, you know there were two Lincolns. There was a Lincoln who had different ideologies before the slave was free. The one he changed his views a lot from Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth. Those were the people, Blacks that was in his ear. Okay, I'm gonna try to read this, but I'm not an actor, so I won't be so good in terms of the Southern dialogue, even though I am a Mississippi girl. That man over there say that woman need to be helped into carriages and lifted over ditches and to have the best everywhere. Nobody ever helped me into carriages or over mud puddles, or gives me any best place, and rising herself to her full height and her voice to a pitch like roaring thunder, she asks, "And ain't I a woman? Look at me. Look at my arm. I have plowed and panted and gathered into barns, and no man could head me, and ain't I a woman? I could work as much and eat as much as a man when I could get it, and bear the last as much, and ain't I a woman? I have borne 13 children and seen most of them sold off to slavery. And when I cried out with a woman's grief, none but Jesus heard. And ain't I a woman? That then they talks about this thing in the head. What this they call it? Intellect? Whisper someone near. That's it, honey. What's that got to do with a woman's right? If my cup won't hold but a pint and yours holds a quart, wouldn't you be mean not to let me have a little half measure full? She's talking about the internet. But anyway, somebody is calling. I'm gonna let LeBron start talking to the poets that are coming in.
Where's your helper? Where's your helper?
Who, me?
Your helper.
Me? My helper?
Yeah. Yes. Do you have someone to help you?
I don't think I do.
Where's Adrian?
I don't know. Did she respond?
Yeah.
That was trying to one of the poets trying to get in, so I'm going to send them the link. Oh, Mary, we have a few minutes for you to do some of your do a little reading because the poets are going to do introductions at 4, and I'm going to try to let one of these poets get in. I'm gonna send them a link again.
Okay, so I can read.
Okay.
I can read a piece from the 1619 project, Born on the Water. I'm going to read the first page of that book, of this book. And it says, the first page is entitled Questions. My teacher gives us an assignment. Who are you? She asks. Trace your roots. Draw a flag that represents your ancestral land. Most of my classmates can count back many generations and learn about the countries where their families came from. They draw their flag, but I leave my paper blank. I do not know where I began, what my story is. At home, Grandma asked, how was your school? I tell her about the assignment, how I couldn't finish it, how I can only count back 3 generations here in this country where my parents, my grandparents, and my great-grandparents were born. But before that, I do not know. Grandma gathers the whole family, says, come, let me tell you your beginnings. Let me tell you where we are from. What Grandma tells me, they say our people were born on the water, but our people has a home, a place, a land before they were sold. 400 years ago, in 1619, our ancestors were taken and brought here on a ship called the White Lion. A whole year before the Mayflower arrives. But before that dreadful voyage, there was a time when they did not pray for freedom. There was a time when they did not sing about overcoming. Their story does not begin with whips and chains. They had a home, a place, a land, a beginning. Their story is our story. Before they were enslaved, they were free. They had a language. They spoke Kimbundu, had their own words for love, for family, and for friends. The kingdom of Indongo was nestled between the Lukala and the Kwanzaa rivers on a high plateau in West Central Africa. The people were good with their hands, knew the power of a seed, how to plant it, water it, how to make something out of nothing. The people were good with their minds, good at math and science. They used shells for money, counting, recording, trading. They knew what their work was worth. They spoke Kimbundu, had their own words for joy, for growth, for home. And I'm going to stop.
Okay. Okay, so Are both of the judges here?
Adrian's trying to join from her phone. I need to send her the link. She's got to pick up her puppy.
Oh, you okay?
Let me find it and send it to her.
I'm gonna print out this sheet of all of the participants. But we have about 6 more minutes before we actually
Oh, there it is.
okay. She's coming in now.
Okay.
Oh, she found it.
Someone was at my door.
Okay. Okay, we got 5 more minutes, man. If you can read a little.
I mean,
But
read a
I'm
little
reading.
bit more.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Okay. Their hands had a knowing. Their hands had a knowing. They knew how to hold a baby close, how to rock the children to keep her from crying. Their hands knew how to mix herbs, how to get the just right flavor for a meal. Their hands knew how to beat and twist and shape iron, how to make gardening tools, armor, and weapons. Their hearts had a knowing. They knew how to make work joyful, how to create rhythm by pounding the tools against metal, knew how to make music to keep them company as they worked. Their minds had a knowing, worldly, curious, sharp. When they met the white people, they learned quick, taught their tongues to speak Portuguese, taught their eyes to read strange words. They knew how to mix the old with the new. And even an ancient people always had more to learn. And they danced. And the people moved their feet, moved their whole bodies to the melody of horns and string instruments, of marimbas and drums. They danced to celebrate, to mourn. They danced as a way of worship, to offer thanks. Their bodies, a song under open sky and bright sun. Their bodies, a swaying testament to the beauty of creation.
Okay.
All right, stolen. And the white people took them anyway, kidnapped them, baptized them in the name of their God, stamped them with new names. Ours is no immigration story. They did not get to pack their bags stuffed with cherished things, with a doll grandmama had woven from tall grass, with the baby blankets handed down from generation to generation, all the way back, so far back that it carried the scent of the ancestors. They could not hug their fathers and mothers, daughters and sons, hearts thumping in rhythm, clinging to that final sweetness before the parting. No promises, whispered from mouth to ear, of seeing each other soon. Just wails and sobs, confusion and wrist worn raw from shackles made of iron, feet split and bloody from the 200-mile march along the Kwanzaa River. They had no things, but they had their minds, the old ways, the harvest songs, the just right mix of herbs etched in their memories. They had their bodies, histories, and bloodlines, and drums pulsing in their veins. With trembling fingers, they braided seeds into their hair, defiantly hiding tiny pieces of home to plant one day in new soils. No matter what some say, the people fought, and the white people took them anyway, forced them into the bottom of an evil ship to sail to a new world they had no desire to see. Ours is no immigration story. Want me to stop?
What's the name of that?
It's the 1619 project. Born on the
Ah,
water. So it's the
aha,
1619 project, and this is just the condensed version
right,
of the
okay.
1619 project.
Yeah,
that
that was a
makes
good
it-
project.
Yes,
Born on the Water.
born on the water. Okay,
Okay, so it looks like most people here we're checking to make sure, but I want to thank all of the poets for participating in the poetry contest. And this year we have two categories. We have elementary school students competing and adults competing. And also we was gonna let each poet introduce themselves and tell us what inspired them to write their poem and where they live. And then we're gonna let both judges go first and introduce themselves. I have to ask you a question. Do you have the scoring sheet? Or do I need to get you another one?
I have it.
Great.
I still,
You
the
okay?
scoring rubric.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. So could you introduce yourself, and then I'll let Dr. Dumas introduce herself, and then each of the poets will introduce themselves. Let me see. I'm not sure if everybody's here, but anyway, we'll start with you. If I want to thank the judges for volunteering, I want to thank everybody for volunteering. Gwen is competing in the poetry contest, and she volunteered to be the timekeeper early. It's very important, to have volunteers and all this, because we're all volunteers doing a community project. The community library of Mississippi is community oriented. But anyway, thank you again. And I want to say best wishes to all of the poets, and thank you so much for using your voice and letting us hear your voice.
All right,
Okay.
Meredith, I have returned. Now, excuse me, I have returned now.
Okay.
so-
Okay, very good, Vicky. Okay, you Miranda, you could go ahead and introduce yourself.
I am Miranda Rashima Cooper. I am the daughter of Mary Hardy and Tyree Irving, and I was born and raised in the Mississippi Delta.
Uh-oh, another Delta girl.
Yes. I think can the participants introduce themselves? I'm not. Your sister is driving, right?
I think
I
she's
can
driving.
talk.
Okay,
She's
go
on.
ahead. She's gonna go ahead and do it.
Sure. I am Adrienne Dumas. I too am the daughter of Mary Hardy and Tyree Irving, and the sister of Miranda Cooper. I am a math teacher and have been one for 32 years, and I'm so proud to be here.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate both of you. Okay, so the elementary student poets, you can introduce yourself. Tell us your name, your grade, what inspired you to write the poem, and where you live. Ayana Carson, can you start?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Ianu. I'm in 3rd grade. What inspired me to write my poem was all the glorious things that make us who we are, and I live in Jackson, Mississippi.
Thank you. Zamoria Ford, are you here? Harry,
Yes, ma'am.
can you introduce yourself and tell us what inspired you to write your poem?
Hello, my name is Harry Chia, and I am in the 2nd grade. And what inspired me to write my poem is Black history.
Oh, very good. Turn your video on, Harry.
Yes, ma'am.
Turn your video on. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. Mashika and Shabani, are you all here?
Yes, we're here. Hi.
Hello, good to see you guys. So
Good.
can you tell us your name, grade, what inspired you to write your poem, and where you live?
My name is Shivani and I'm in 5th grade. And the idea for my poem just sort of popped into my head, I guess. And I live in California.
My name is Mishika and I'm in 1st grade and I live in California, and the idea of my poem inspired me by my sister's poem.
Okay. Okay, so Braylon, Harris, are you here? Macchia Cardwell.
Hello.
Hello. Turn your video on. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm Micaiah and I'm in 5th grade.
What inspired you to write your poem and where you live? You can say state.
Well, I like to write poems because of like games I play, and there's many poems in a game, so I like to like try to make poems like that.
Okay, well, thank you. And what grade are you?
I'm 5th grade.
5th grade, okay. Braylon, are you here? Ava Young?
I'm here.
Is Ava here?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, can you introduce yourself and tell us what grade you're in?
My name's Ava Young. Okay,
you gotta turn your video on.
I'm in 5th grade and I'm reciting a poem.
Did you write it?
No.
Okay. We're gonna let her recite it, but it's supposed to be original. Well, so where do you live, Ava?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Jackson, Mississippi.
Oh, you live in Jackson. Okay. Well, thank you for getting in the poetry contest. Is Braylon Harris here? Okay, so everyone, wait, is Zamoria Ford here? Okay, so 2 of the elementary poets are not here. Okay, so Miranda, the floor is yours. You can start in order that we have on the list. It doesn't matter.
Okay, Yanu. Do you want to go first?
Yes, ma'am. The name of my poem is Glory. Glory is the morning as I open my eyes, blinking and winking at God's wonderful sky. Glory is my 2 feet with their beautiful shade of brown, walking, running, hopping, skipping, while making a victorious sound. Glory is the melanin God put in my skin, proving to the world I don't easily break or bend. Glory is a group named NAACP, fighting for equality for you and me. Glory is a protest that many try to shatter. We won't give up. No, we won't stop because all of our Black lives matter. Glory is a speech. You know it, I have a dream, reminding us of our purpose when the world is cruel and mean. Glory is our anthem. Lift every voice and sing. Let's hold its words in our hearts no matter what tomorrow brings. Glory is a history that is yet to be told by people of all ages, some young and some old. Glory is a unity that comes from what we've learned. Will you use your knowledge wisely when you take your turn? Glory is all the things that the others showed us what they can do. Now it's your turn. Come on, the world needs you.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
That was great. Okay, Harry, you're up next.
The name of my poem is Black History.
Turn your video on, Harry.
So, Martin Luther King tried to end segregation every time getting thrown in prison 29 times, but never stopped fighting for justice. He gave a famous speech called I Have a Dream. Harriet Tubman worked for the Underground Railroad. She helped people escape slavery. Rosa Parks also helped fight against slavery. Once she was on a bus and a white person got on the bus. Rosa Parks was forced to stand up. She said no and was arrested.
Oh, thank you, Harry. I
Very
appreciate
good.
that.
Okay, next, Mashika. Did I pronounce that right?
The circle of life. I look up at the treetop. Something in a bundle draws my attention. There, lapped in a silky shell, a butterfly wing pops out, showing the beauty of life.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Shivani.
The name of my poem is The Time Trade. Looking
The
up
time trade. I'm sorry.
yes.
The time trade.
Looking up into the branches, I see life. Birds, squirrels, moss, and lichen. But mostly I see the redwood tree, a gentle giant braving the test of time, persevering through storms and fires, rooted here for millennia, a reminder that some things are forever.
Very good. What kind of tree is that?
A redwood tree.
Leadwood tree.
Redwood.
Look,
L-E-A-D.
R-E-D.
Leadwood tree.
Okay, but somebody said that they didn't get to introduce themselves. Now I don't Zaria.
This is Aria.
And you signed up to do the poetry contest. I didn't have your name. Are you elementary student?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you write your poem?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Can you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, what inspired you to write your poem, and also where you live. Okay, and I'm going to add your name to the list, and I'm so sorry it was left out.
My name is Aria Trevelyan, and I'm in 5th grade.
What inspired me to write my poems about how I'm grateful for nature. And I live in Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay, go ahead and read what's the name of your poem?
A breath of fresh air.
Okay. Thank you. You can go ahead and read it.
It always been here, naturally manifests itself in ways my thought cannot understand. Beautiful in all her ways, my mind cannot comprehend. Warm to the heart and pleasant to the soul. I see her ways, but I don't see her ways. Who can understand her power and works, not comprehend her time? Seasons that are constantly changing, like ultraviolet light to the eyes, different colors, beautiful shade of purple, patience to craftsmanship. My eyes had marveled to the breath I breathed, the dew as I felt my toes walk upon the wet grass. Rivers are constantly flowing, the cool breeze that I felt but cannot see. Every day, a line in one scene in perfect harmony. Courses that cannot be broken, treasures that cannot be founded, tremendous heat and cold weathers. Oh, you nature, I have marveled in your ways. Oh, nature, I have marveled in your gifts. With perfect perfection and age and time, excellent structures, and beautiful in all glory.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Micaiah.
Hello, my poem is named The Lady Who Knows Everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather, lost adrift the sky, victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day, I search, with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when others have all turned away, the legend is all that remains, the last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day, the wind ceases to blow. I fall, and I fall and fall, and even more gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless, but a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger. The hand of a beautiful lady. I look into her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything knows what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there's no purpose, and we only seek the impossible. I am not your legend. Your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind.
Very
Thank
good.
you. That was 7 that competed in the elementary level. Okay.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was it 6? I have 6. Ava dropped off, I think. Or is Ava going to recite her poem?
Ava? She dropped off?
She's there. I see her.
Ava, are you ready to do your poem?
Yes.
Okay.
Poem's called Hole in the Wall, and it was by Dan Salvado. It could have been me. See, The direction the spackle protrudes. A noisy neighbor? An angry boyfriend? I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind, like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retinas, already scorched with a permanent copy of meaningless image. It was just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realized now that I wasn't looking in, I was looking out, and he on the other side was looking in.
Ah,
Okay, thank
very
you
good.
very much. Okay.
Ava, would you give me the name of your poem again?
Hole in Wall.
It was by Dan
Thank you.
Salvedo.
Salvedo.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the adult.
Okay.
Adult portion. I have Chev going first.
Did they do introduction?
Chev, are you there?
He's not there right now.
Okay, well, we can move on to
Oh,
Gwendolyn.
sorry. I just stepped into the bathroom for like 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, you're back.
Okay. Oh, Cheryl, can you introduce yourself? Just tell us your name, and where you live and what inspires you to write poetry.
Absolutely. If I could just one moment.
Okay, we'll give you a minute.
I'm so sorry.
Cheryl, do you want us to let another poet go first and then you come back?
I would adore that, actually.
Okay.
Okay. Gwendolyn, are you ready?
Somebody told me to get cold. I guess it gets. So,
I'm here.
Give your introduction before you read us your poem. Could you please, Gwen? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Gwendolyn Bell. I'm from Jackson, Mississippi. I'm a single mother of 3 sons, 2 daughter-in-laws, and I work with Jackson Public Schools. I'm the CEO of a nonprofit organization called Road Cat Ministries, reaching one community at a time, where we work with the youth across the summer with summer reading books to help them get them read and the summaries written up to turn back into their teachers in the fall of the school year to receive that big A grade. And the title of my poem is Grits, Eggs, Toast, and Bacon.
All right.
What inspired me to write this poem? I was hungry. Good morning, good morning. I see the sun shining. With a few clouds forming, this day I will have no stress. I am dressed for success. Smell that cooking? It's gonna be great. Grits, eggs, toast, and bacon, ready for my plate. Follow me to the kitchen, y'all. Have a seat, there's plenty for all. Oh no, the clock on the wall says time to leave. This isn't happening. This I don't believe. I have to leave my grits, eggs, toast, and bacon on that plate. I have to go to work. I can't be late. Time is going. It's almost noon. My stomach is empty. I need to fill it soon. Grits, eggs, toast, and bacon. Dancing in my head. Oh man, selling for a ham and cheese sandwich instead. Will this work day ever end? I'm ready to go to bed and start all over again. Good evening, good night. Wake up, wake up. A new day is here. I see the sun shining with a few clouds. This
do it
day,
again.
stress
And just stay with keep the video on and
is gonna be great. Grits, eggs,
just come
toast,
back in and keep the video on.
plate. Then,
Yeah, I will let you in as soon as you get there.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you. Now somebody's trying to get in. They will have a little difficulty. Okay, I see them here now. Okay, Rosemary, I see you now. Miranda, Rosemary Jenkins, and I think she's supposed to be a third, I'm not sure.
Rosemary is next.
Rosemary, are you next?
If she's ready.
So what we're doing, Rosemary, is a brief introduction, and then you could tell us what inspired you to write your poem and where you live. Oh, unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Hey,
So-
Rosemary, nice to see you.
Yes, so let me know when you want me to begin.
Oh, so you can just introduce yourself, tell us your name, what inspired you to write your poem, where you live, and then say the name of your poem and recite it.
Okay, but you want me to begin now?
Yes, right now.
Oh, okay, very good. All right, I'm Rosemary Jenkins. I live in Granada Hills, California. Back in 2001, after 9/11, when the federal government wouldn't allow planes to fly overhead, and there was that dreary silence, it inspired me to write a poem. So this poem is called Jacob's Brother. I used to despise the grinding roar of airplanes overhead, the ones that disturbed my repose or interrupted my conversations. But now, that sound, post 9/11, reassures me, reminds me that everything is in place, that all is as it ought to be, especially after the convergence of those draconian events whose wellspring was hatred, a hatred spawned long ago, dating from the days of Isaac, when his half-brother Ishmael, the elder of the two, and Ishmael's mother were driven out into the desert, driven out to perish, dating from the days of Jacob, when his twin brother Esau was robbed of his treasured birthright, dating from the days when one religion after another fought for dominance, and in so doing provided the genesis for thousands of years, hundreds of centuries, tens of decades of righteous, holy bloodshed, of pillage, rampage, and jihad, of holy war. Does it really matter anymore what we call it? Have we forgotten about those early sinful transgressions of Cain's committing fratricide? Have we forgotten why? Had not God, the original father, rejected the son, Cain's gift to him, but had compassion nevertheless to send him out among a people with a mark? Yes, a glorious and undeniable mark, one that said, "Do not touch my son. Grant him safe harbor wherever he ventures, because not just he, but maybe I, the father, made an error." And what of Cain's parents? Was there not also some blame to share there? Was there not original disobedience whose penalty was eternal punishment? Was that transgression meant to occur? Was it inevitable? Was it predetermined? Was not the fruit from the tree of knowledge, a tree whose fruit invited early adventurers to distant explorations, whose consummation is humanity's rainbow? The tree, the fruit from which gave birth to real heroes like David, yet heroes that were nonetheless flawed, of creators who gave us the dynamic wheel and the plane, the plane, of music which touched the soul's very depths, a music whose tones fill our hearts with melodies reminiscent of a distant past, of future possibilities, of a spiritual grandeur, of art with all its magnificence and infinite dimensions, whose strokes reflect a real or imagined history, or foretell a future with boundless prospects, of artisans of the word, producing a different kind of eternal beauty, its offspring, its prodigy, the quill and ink whose lyrics inspire the soul and set it flying. So our future, predestined or not, does allow for the human factor, the input of mind and heart. Where then do we find ourselves along the infinite continuum the Father has created? Is there to be a sudden catastrophic silence, emptiness, vacuum that fills up the remainder of linear space? Is there yet time and opportunity to create a birth, a rebirth, a renaissance, if you will, whose endgame will return us to the path from which we somehow errantly, unthinkingly wavered, dangerously strayed? Can flights of mind and not of machine take us back and also forward? Do we have the capacity, the fortitude, the commitment? Are we deserving? Are we worthy? Perhaps only we can determine that. Time will tell. We shall see. I like the rhythm of planes now.
Okay,
Very
thank
good.
you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Miranda, one of the elementary students wanted to know, could they would get scared if they could recite theirs? How would you handle that?
What, they want to re-recite it?
No, they never did it. Now I was trying to see. They said the name was Cameron. Can you turn your video on so you can talk to the judges?
Hey, I'm banging blue cause I'm a crip. I love cock, I love dick. Fuck me from the back until you fucking make me
think
fucking
that's a
sick.
bomb.
Holy shit, black dicks, black nigga balls too. I like fucking all these niggas. They gon' fuck me like a Jew. Damn, I love Jews too.
I don't think the Zoom
yeah,
is
bitches looking like a recital. Recycle your fucking jars so we don't have to burn America.
Just
Nigga,
take them
recycle,
out.
bitch, so we can get more playground.
Okay. That's what you call, what do they call that when they bomb the Zoom? That's not a real participant.
A Zoom bomber.
Oh.
Right.
Oh, Lord.
That's a Zoom bomber.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us.
Bye, Cameron. That's not the kind of poetry we were looking for today.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Because that's what I was asking. I didn't see it anyway.
Oh, they must have sent you a private message and said that.
How did they get in there?
I don't know. They have a message in the chat. I don't know.
Okay, so I'm sorry about that. Who Betty Tyler, Lord have mercy. Betty Tyler is next.
Yes, Betty is next.
Good evening, everyone. And I am Betty Tyler, and I have a small nonprofit called Marvelous Works. And what we do is provide intervention, education, and referral services to address health disparities in our communities. I actually call myself signing up to be in attendance of the of the reading, but when I saw my name up there, I said, well, okay, I'll pull up something. I've been journaling over 31 years. I never really wrote in published or anything like that, but I have had this one particular piece that caught my attention some years ago when I ran across a portrait as a picture, as a matter of fact. So the name of my piece is, oh, wow. Okay. Okay, so look cricket there. So the name of my piece is Daddy's Pockets. Daddy's Pockets, how can it be? A fine Black art print by Frederick Douglass. The apparent father standing in the midst of his family, well-groomed family, I might add. The father standing with his arms outstretched, an umbrella in one hand and his hat in the other. He's warmly dressed in a long, seemingly brown trench coat with a checkered red and white wool scarf about his neck. The mother stands with her coat and hat on her arm to his side. The daughter stands at an angle slightly to the back, and she watches her young brother's hand goes into his father's coat pocket, while yet a small white puppy rears his head from inside the adjacent pocket. How can it be? The memories come flooding back. My own memories of rummaging through my father's, whom we call Daddy's pockets. The nostalgia is vivid. You see, my daddy's pocket would compensate for the lack in our lives. In our home, among my siblings and myself, growing up in the 60s in an era of turmoil and unrest. My sister visited my home and saw the framed picture on the wall. Where did you get that picture, she asked. I asked her, do you remember the excitement we felt getting to go through Daddy's pocket? Of course, I remember, she replied. Again, she asked, where did you get the picture named Daddy's Pockets? And by the famous African-American literary figure, Frederick Douglass. You see, that was our phrase, Daddy's Pockets. Reflecting whenever one of us that got to go through Daddy's pockets, with permission, of course, could count on finding treats as on a treasure hunt. There was guaranteed a stick of gum or two. You could count on a broke piece of a gigantic peppermint in a little girl's eyes. It was huge. Then there was the change. Daddy, can I have a nickel or a dime? There might have been a letter or a folded paper in one of the pockets. Daddy, what's this? Give that to your mama, he would say. How could so little mean so much to a very curious, impressionable little girl? That was me, and it did. The little girl only saw an adventure, not small or lack, but privilege in Daddy's pockets. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
And Betty, can you tell us what inspires you to write that poem?
Yes, actually, I love that piece of art when I saw it, and I always have reflected of, my own experience with it going to my dad's pocket. But my grandson, about 5 or 6 years ago, had an assignment that he needed to write a poem. And I just looked around, I said, well, what can I help him with? And it come to mind, Daddy's pocket.
Okay, very good.
Now, if I can stop sharing that screen and get back to you all.
I think I found it. Okay, I get it.
Okay.
And
Maria Devisha. So I think we have Chev next.
there's a Rhea Lewis,
Davisha.
Davisha Dottie, and a Ronald Hurston Jr. I don't know if they're here or not.
No, ma'am, they're not here. Ronnie Mayberry is here.
He wrote a poem?
Yes, ma'am. I signed him up. I'm starting to think you probably didn't get it, but I did sign him up.
Oh, okay. Hey, Ronnie. I thought he was going to the festival. Okay, so Ronnie is the last one. No, Ronnie didn't share.
Okay.
But Ronnie, I'm asking her.
Whichever wants to go next. Ronnie can go next.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
They can hear you.
I am Ronnie Mayberry. I am a native of Jackson, Mississippi for 63 years now. And the reason for my poem is because the way the people are acting in Jackson, Mississippi. And the name of the poem is Howling Winds. Deep in the forest, dry winter leaves crumble. A shadow passes by. A howling wind suddenly ceased. I thought I heard a baby cry. Just ahead in the misty fog stands an old raggedy barn. As I got closer, the crying got louder. I pray that this child hasn't been harmed. As I reached the door, I was greeted with a smile. And there stood a helpless young girl, much like a 13-year-old child. She had been there for quite some time now. Her face was frail and unclean hair. She appeared to be weak at the knees, just in time before she fell to the floor. In my arms, I grasped her. And in the darkness, gasping for air, oh my God, to my surprise, lies a newborn child. As I laid her down, she motions towards the outside. She could not speak or barely think. Quickly toward the open door, I chased outside to a well to get her a drink. Once uncontrollable gulp, she began to choke. Slow down, my child, slow down, my child. As her face suddenly hid, I hurriedly scattered into the forest to retrieve help. Forgetting the baby, I hesitated to go on. Go back, it said, was the howling wind. It was the howling wind that I recognized at first, sending me into this place. It was too late. She suddenly passed away. I went towards the child. It too passed away. If I had not feared the howling wind in the beginning, they both would still be here today. The howling wind can send a message if we take time to listen. If we let fear take over us, then surely there'll be something that could be missing. Oh, howling wind, oh, howling wind. One thing missing is adults' disrespect for kids. A Zoom bumper popped in today. Oh, howling wind, thanks for sending him away. Oh, howling wind, oh, howling wind.
All right.
Very good.
Okay, so that it?
Was that the end of his poem?
Yeah, that was in this. I mean, was that all of? I think that's a no. We got Chev there.
We have Chev.
I
Oh,
got
okay.
it. Appreciate the patience. Means a lot. Well, here. The government calls me Siobhan Guthrie when I owe them money. Everyone else calls me Chev, so like we gonna go with everybody else. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, by way of New York City. I moved out here when I was about 8. The poem I'm going to do specifically today is one that's a little close to me. It's based off of a few stories that have occurred throughout life with names altered and things moved around. So I don't want to use people's names for things directly. And it's just an attempt for me to try to understand a devastating phenomenon, if possible. I'll just get into it before I start to ramble.
What's the name? What's the name of it?
It's called Black Boy.
Black Boy.
Yes. You can hear me okay though, right?
Yes.
Okay. I come from a place where maturity is both luxury and necessity at the same time. Seems every day I'm reminded sometimes when you're born like this in America, you be custom fitted for your own prison. There are a few more ways for you to die than to make a living. So as you can imagine, a kid from East Atlanta got to think anyone who made it to see age 21 just had to be a savage. So me, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 friends from my neighborhood that I don't see no more. The names were Bryce, Lamar, Andre, Calvin, Kyle, Brandon, Omar, and Yassi. Lived in the same complex here in East Atlanta, not quite city as Brooklyn nor country as Alabama. We knew our parents didn't care for us. And we knew our teachers didn't care for us and parents didn't understand us. It was crazy. It was crazy because one day we all got robbed on our way home from practice. The thing is, what they were looking for, we didn't even have it. Mama tried to say these things happen, but of course, boys don't listen. So by the end of the week, Bryce, Lamar, and Andre joined a gang and called themselves Crip, and maybe it was fear that made them link. Maybe they saw strength in the numbers. Dre used to say, if this world ain't never gonna look out for brothers, at least we can be there for each other. Till they ran up on some OG blood in the club over some mess that he said. And by next week, 3 of my friends called one to the head. And I had 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 friends from my neighborhood that I don't see no more. See, Calvin was different. They gave their lives for a set. But Calvin was just so different. We knew that gang stuff just couldn't get him. See, every family photo exactly the same. Calvin dead center, his dad left and his mom right. He had a scholarship to Providence and the prettiest date on prom night, but Calvin just happened to be the wrong color behind the wrong wheel on the wrong night. He gets pulled over in his uncle's whip. I hear whispers up, I think the kid stole this. Then it's step out of the car. Then it's, but it's my uncle's. And shut up, Nick. I mean, boy, I'm not listening to some punk who's probably high off his head, probably even drunk too. There's a struggle and no one knows what conclusion to come to because an officer's body cam malfunctioned. I just knew I had 1, 2, 3, and 4 friends from my neighborhood that I don't see no more. See, Calvin was tame, but my homie Kyle, he was wild. Like, he was smooth with the ladies. The boy had the juice. The whole school wanted to date him. And when Kyle had money problems, Brandon said he could solve them. Kyle's girlfriend got pregnant and Brandon made him an offer. It was work, selling narcotics. It was cool. So cops followed Kyle back to Brandon's apartment. Brandon thought Kyle snitched, so he pulls out a Mac and he shot him. Kyle couldn't say a word except, I just had a daughter. Now Brandon's facing charge. And Brandon's facing a court date. And Brandon gets choked out in his jail cell because Kyle's father knew his cellmate. I just knew I had 2 friends from my neighborhood that I don't see no more. See, Omar took Kyle's death in just the worst way. Because Omar had dreams about Kyle since we was in 3rd grade, and he thought it was low, but we knew in senior year, he decided it was time that everyone else knew it too. So he had been dating Drew. He was in love. He didn't want to keep it silent. He told everyone at lunch. Drew ran away and denied it. He was beside himself because that turncoat told him he was ready to come out the closet. And for the next few weeks, he was locked away. He was crying because his phone was blowing up with the jokes and the threats of violence. And every time he was alone, his ears, they would ring like sirens. Every time he was alone, he screamed till his voice was tired. He was always alone. We just wanted it to be quiet. We wanted to make the noise stop. So he moved over to his daddy's drawer and he looks inside it. He moved some things around and he found Dad's 35 and he put it next to his mind and then everything just went silent. But I had one friend from the neighborhood that I still don't see no more. See, I seen used to pray for all of us just about every day. We called it God. He called him Allah. Maybe the difference was just semantics anyway, because Yasin was nothing but a man of faith until his faith had a cost. Because one night after a Trump rally, somebody got drunk and crashed outside a mosque, and I was the last Black boy from the neighborhood. I feel like I owe a story, a several always get told. You see, Black boys have this strange problem growing up because Black boys have this even stranger problem growing old. That is for every Bryce, B, Lamar, L, Andre, A, Calvin, C, Kyle, K, Brandon, B, Omar, O, and Yasin, Y. Like, why? Does every Black boy you know got a few friends you just don't see no more?
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Jeff. That was good.
Wow.
As the mother of 2 Black boys, I can relate.
Yes, yes, yes.
May I say something?
Yeah.
There's a book that's now on the banned list down in many southern states and school districts called Dear Martin. I just read it, and I think it's something Chev would like to read, and all of you, if you haven't read it, it would be worth reading, and it reflects a lot of what he was saying in his poem.
Dear Martin, who's the author?
I can't think of her last name right now. Do you want me to get it? Here,
You can get it, Cheryl.
let me look it up very quickly. Dear Martin, the book.
According to Wikipedia, Dear Martin, published in 2017 by Crown.
It's by Nick N.I.C. Stone, a female author.
Stone. Okay.
Okay, I'll look it up. Okay, so go ahead.
So I'll look into it. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Now, so the judges, so now all of the adults have done their poem, and all of the children have done theirs, right? And so what we have now is first, second, third place, elementary and adult, 2 categories, and we have 3 cash prizes in each category: 75, 50, 25, first, second, and third. And while the judges are tallying up the scoreboard, I wanted to hear from the poets. What your experience has been in terms of having this platform to speak on, or just writing poems, your story and poetry as a story form in general. It doesn't matter who. I guess the children should start first. We'll just go back in the order that we recited. Ayana, can you start?
Yes, ma'am. Reading poetry and writing poetry helps me find my voice, and it also helps me build self-confidence.
Very good. Harry?
I like to read because I think reading is interesting.
Reading is what, Harry?
Interesting.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mashika?
I like reading because the books are really nice.
Thank you. What about you, Shivani?
I like reading because I think reading is fun and I enjoy reading, and you can learn a lot of interesting things from books.
And what about poems? Well, what is your experience as a poet writing poetry?
I like writing poetry. For me, it's fun and it helps me express myself.
Very good, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew, Ava Young, and Ava Young.
I like reading poetry because it helps me find comfort in things that aren't deemed normal.
Okay, thank you. And Zaria.
Ma'am, I didn't get to go.
Huh? Okay, you go now?
I did not get to go. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
But I like to write poetry because it helps me express all my emotions and it gives me a lot of confidence.
Very good. Thank you. What about Zaria?
Oh, it's a Zaria.
Huh?
It's Zaria.
I'm sorry. Zaria. Did you read a poem?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you turn your video on and tell us about your experience as writing poetry?
The reason I like writing poetry because it finds me who my true self, and it's very fun to do.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Now the adults can go in. Your all can go into any order.
Well, I got into this just for fun, and I enjoy writing it now that I've started. I like the way that give you an opportunity to play with different words and finding those words that rhyme and go together. So it's fun for me.
Yeah.
I like to look around the world, and I'm inspired by what I see, and I want to share my feelings with others. I find that my students, past and present, have really been touched by a lot of what I write, as well as other people with whom I share the poetry.
Anybody else?
One of my mentors used to tell me that the point of poetry is to be able to say a lot in a little bit. And I always felt like we live in a world that is too vast to ever explain in plain language. So I figured poetry would be the only way I'd be able to get a reasonable shot at it. I just want to.
And for me, writing and journaling is just simple therapeutic for my well-being. I've been doing it, like I say, for 31 years for self-care. Journaling allows me to reach an optimal level of spiritual fitness, and I hadn't been sharing any, but at this point, I think I'm about ready to start sharing it with the world.
Very good. Thank you. Was that all the adult poets? Oh no, we still have running.
Oh yes. What got me interested in writing poems when I was a little child. I would always start from the beginning and go straight to the end. But now that I'm adult, I like to see what's on the middle. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that was everybody on the adult side. So we just waiting on the so what, a little housekeeping. If you win first, second, or third, I need you to email communitylibrary.mississippi. I put the email in the chat, your mailing address, because we have to some people, we have to mail them their cash winning if they and their trophy. So I would need your you to email me your address. I mean, some people that live in Jackson, you wouldn't have to mail it to me. But if you live out of town, please, yes, you would have to email it. It would be nice if I could just drive to California and to Atlanta and different places to give it to you in person. I wish I could. Well, I enjoy the festivals all the time. I enjoy the readings and the different perspectives given by the poets, the children as well as the adults. It's just always exciting to me, and Very rich. So Gwen, we've been here a long time. We just waiting on them to tell them to score.
We've been here since 11 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
I've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I do want to just ask a question if I can. I had mentioned about students at the school that I work at.
Wait. You broke up. You mentioned what to the school?
I mentioned the poetry to some of the students at school, and I'm trying to see if any of them actually made it on here. Look like I see one of them. So if you're one of the students from McLeod Elementary, just kind of raise your hand. Let me see.
Are there any students here from? Oh, okay. You have one. Uh-huh.
Okay, good. Well, good. I'm glad they made it.
How many made it?
I see one. I know one of them. I'm not sure. Okay, I see two. There's
Is
two.
Ava Young from McLeod?
Yeah.
Okay, Ava and pronounce that please.
Zaria.
Say it again.
Zaria.
Zaari.
Zaria.
Zaria. Okay. Well, what kind of name is do you know what the origin of your name and what it means?
It's an African name.
Oh, okay. It's an African name. Okay. It's pretty name. Very unique.
The origin of my name means miracle of God, miracle from God.
Oh, is it? Yeah, yours is African too?
It's Nigerian.
Oh, okay. We also have a the Learning Tree Book Club. If anybody's interested in reading with us, we read together once a month for 1 hour and a half, first Saturdays. You could just let us know, email us, and we'll include you in the Zoom when we read. I think the next one is gonna be March the 5th is the first Saturday in March, and that's also Women's History Month. And the Saturday after Thanksgiving, we do the spelling bee and the portrait contest. I hope you all will sign up for both the spelling bee and the portrait contest the Saturday after Thanksgiving, but we'll be sending that link out sometime in the fall. Does anybody have a poem they would like to read while we wait on the judges?
Okay, we've deliberated.
Oh, they're ready.
They're ready.
Okay.
We've done some deliberation.
Okay.
So elementary will go first. We have first,
Okay.
second, and third place for elementary.
Okay.
So in first place, we have Iyanu Carson with the poem Glory.
Yay. Okay.
And In second place, we have Shivani Venkati.
Venkatesh.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Venkatesh.
Venkatesh. In second place with the poem Time Trade.
Yeah.
And in third place, we have Micaiah Caldwell with the poem The Lady Who Knows Everything.
Yay!
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay, so Giovanni, you could get your mother to send me your address again in the email. And Yana, I'll contact your mother because you live in Jackson. And pronounce that? My third place.
Micaiah.
You go to McLeod?
Third,
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, third place is Micaiah.
Okay, then. Well, I need you to email me your your phone number and address, and maybe I can meet your mother or father somewhere to give you the trophy. And I'd like to take a picture of you as well. And Shivani,
yes, ma'am.
if you have a more recent picture, you can email us a picture just in case Miss Janice can use it for the newspaper.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
If you have I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? If you have a recent picture of yourself, you can email it to us in case Miss Janice will be able to include your picture in the paper if the paper lists or write it up again.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations on a job well done. Keep writing and telling your stories.
Yes, great poetry.
Yes.
Okay, our adult winners. First place, by his government name, we have Siobhan Guthrie.
Congratulations, Sharon.
Thank you, thank you. Love the opportunity. Love
With
the
his
space.
poem Black Boy.
Yes.
In second place, we have Gwendolyn Bell with her poem Grits, Eggs, Toast, and Bacon. Made me hungry, but I don't eat bacon. And in third place, we have Rosemary Jenkins with her poem Jacob's Brother.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you all.
congratulations. Congratulations. Takes a special kind of person to get on this Zoom in this form, in this setting, and recite your authentic poetry.
Yes, it does.
I love hearing authentic poetry because it gives you a window into the soul. It lets you know how a person thinks and how they put their words together and how they, kind of how they view the world. So we enjoyed all of the poems today.
Thank you, judges and participants. And this entire presentation is already out there on Facebook, and I'm going to share it on our and I'm going to announce the winners on our Facebook page, Jackson Book Festival and Community Library, Mississippi, the mother. And this has just been a fabulous. And I hope to see you guys for the Holiday Book Festival, which is a collaboration from the Delta Book Festival and the Jackson Book Festival. Delta Book Festival there in Greenville, Mississippi, in the Mississippi Delta, and the Jackson Book Festival is in the capital city of Jackson, Mississippi, nicknamed Jacktown. But anyway, would anybody like to make any final comments before we end? Any of the winners?
I will. I have really enjoyed today. The more we present these events, the better it gets. And you all have to be very careful because Meredith McGee knows how to get the best out of you. So if you think you are shy and you don't want to do, she has a way of getting you to do it. So be careful. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
agree with that. I agree with that. I want to encourage everybody to keep writing. I'd like to see everybody for the Holiday Book Festival with a new original poem. I love it.
Yes. Okay, anybody else?
Thank you for the opportunity. It's wonderful to make this available to the wider community.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, and Zoom made the world look smaller, didn't it, Rosemary?
It sure did. It sure did. From
it's 3 people on there from California.
From one coast to the other.
Yes.
Yeah. California is one of those states. I've not been to California since I was probably 2 or 3 years old. It's on my list.
Well,
yeah.
It's the most progressive state in the union. I have to brag.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Well, all right, you guys. We went over a little bit, but it was all worth it. You all have a wonderful evening. Thank you for participating and sharing. Keep writing.
Thank you, Meredith.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, judges. And
see you all next time.
See you next time.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.